I will now call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. If I can have members of council to please take their seats, we're starting the meeting. Councillor Chang, Councillor Mallow, please. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on bras c'est porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Gichiguanash, Nani Bueda Miguechewenda.
Remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of the Honourable Roy McMurtry, Ernie Babalok, James Clancy, Joe Flaherty, Eli Greenberg, Corrado Pena, James Rapaski, and Sister Gwen Smith. Thank you. Please be seated. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we call each home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation to recognize National Poetry Month. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to make the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. April is recognized as National Poetry Month. celebrating the importance of poetry in Canadian culture in all our lives. We also celebrate Poem in Your Pocket Day on April 18th. On this day, I need a poem in my pocket. On this day, people are encouraged to share a poem they love with others. In 2001, the City of Toronto became the first Canadian municipality to appoint its own poet laureate, who acts as an ambassador and advocate for poetry and the literary arts. Last year, City Council appointed Lillian Allen as the 7th Toronto Poet Laureate to promote and attract people to the literary world. Lillian is an acclaimed poet, writer, performer, and longtime arts activist, and was named a foremother of Canadian poetry by the League of Canadian Poets. I encourage everyone to discover the joy of poetry and enjoy the poetic arts. I still rely on it every night. Before I go to bed, I try to read a poem, and Lily Allen is a good friend. I would like to invite her, Toronto Poet Laureate Lily Allen, to come forward to receive a copy of the National Poetry Month Proclamation and read an original poem in honor of this month and lift our spirit up. Here you are. Here, I'll put this over here. You can put that here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Olivia Chow. Thank you all for being here. And I just have to say hi to all the poets and writers in the House, and a number of them are here, have come out to support and to show how delighted they are to be supported by our City Council. So I want to thank City Council for continuing to support the arts and for supporting this poet laureateship. I want to share a poem with you. It's really two poems to celebrate National Poetry Month. On losing the Eaton Center or losing our bearings. An unseen guides our passage, meshing memory, location, locale. It knows where you are, but do you? Nothing is unknown, only unknown to you. My father, the new arrival, spinning around mistakenly at Young and Bloor, looking for the famed Eaton Center. Eyes spindling, darting from brochure to building. Observing his plight, a polite Torontonian to his aid asked, "Excuse me, sir, sorry, sir, are you lost?" My father, taking exception to a perceived insinuation, replies in bold tones, "I am not lost. I am right here where I am. It's the Don Eaton Center that's lost." And then again, where it has always been. What can we possibly lose in our beautiful city between here and there? Between the people and their desires, between their pocketbooks and expectations of material utopia, between winter and fall, between now and yesterday, between yesterday and tomorrow, between peace and war. What is it that is unknown to us, but known to a loving heart, a coexistence and dignity for all? Nothing is unknown, only unknown to you. The poetry of things. There's a place where no language goes, where fears adore. That's how you would read what you call a page poem. So I just want to shout out young people, especially the Toronto Youth Council and the spoken word poets of this city who have exported that form all over the world. It's a worldwide phenomenon now. So when they have taken up the youthfulness and the spirit of youth and the young at heart, the poem would go like this. There is a place where no language goes, where fear is a door, where the mind comes to the edge of itself, reaches beyond, find itself, where heartbeats are born in the deep black comfort of life passages, nothing to declare or defend, where infinity struggles to measure itself, in the perfect world of imperfection, the place from which poetry springs. Everything well and wonderful is poetry. The idea that through the creative imagination we can reorder our world and create a thing of enduring beauty is the essential idea of poetry. All that is visionless and full of despair is wounded poetry. Giving birth is a model for all new and revolutionary ideas. When we create a poem, we also give birth to new ideas, new vibration, new rhythms, and new ways of seeing, and new ways of knowing, and new possibilities in the world. The work of the poet is that of midwife and birth mother. Poets materialize something into our world that only existed before in sameness or in fragments, sometimes in ugliness and in pain. Writing poetry is work of the soul. Poetry is that dialogue between the world inside of us and the world outside. Possibilities for poetry arise when the heart reaches and puts itself into words or brings itself into the existence of images. Truth and beauty seek expression through the soul. The act of writing is also the act of naming, of calling into being. Poetry brings into sharp focus the camera of one's mind's eye. The poet sees with the soul. The mind's eye sharpens and outlines. The soul reaches to pull focus, to grasp the essence of things, to resonate with that which vibrates most with beauty and truth. Life is a way of being. Art is a way of seeing. The essence of life is its possibilities. Possibilities arise with vision. Life is inherently challenged to express itself beyond all possibilities. That is the poetry of life. We bring the intensity of poetry to our lives when we seek the essence of things, see new possibilities in everything around us. We can laugh more often, weep more openly, and seek to occupy the terrain of creativity and imagination as a right. In the territory of the imagination, we connect the in-outside touch, most notions of life, creativity, the creator self, wellspring of touch, sparks between fingertips, closeness of touch, a perfect world of imperfections. Such is the poetry of life. Everything well and wonderful is poetry. I thank you, and it's an honor to be your Poet Laureate. I love it, I love poetry, and I love this city. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, you would like to make an announcement?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. A tradition for York Centre, as the recognition of Black History Month, is to invite students from the Afrocentric Alternative School located at Shepherd and Keele to City Hall. And over the years, it has worked out that the students have visited us during council meetings or on other days during February. While I care about all the schools in York Centre, my relationship with the Afrocentric Alternative School is particularly close, as I was the founding school board trustee when the school started. And this year was no exception. On February the 8th, teacher Estella Wheeler, along with her 7-8 class, visited. We explored City Hall, introduced some of my councillor colleagues. I'd like to thank Councillor Bradford and Moyes for joining us. And then in the council chamber, we had a wonderful discussion of the great issues of the day. We said our goodbyes and thanked the students and Ms. Wheeler and the principal of the school, Mr. Reynolds, for such a wonderful visit, and hoping to see them again at a future time. However, sadly for Ms. Estella Wheeler, there would be no future visits. Just under 3 weeks later, Mrs. Wheeler would be pronounced dead in her home, and her husband charged with second-degree murder, victim of intimate partner violence. Estella Wheeler personified what the school is all about: instructing in a relevant and vital curriculum, a caring environment, a mission to nurture good kids who are going to make smart choices. I could think of few greater tasks in society than to shape and educate the young minds who enter our schools from September to June. Estella was an inspiration and motivator who always was there for her children and her students. At the vigil held a couple of weeks later after her passing, I looked around the crowd and gathered at the school, and I saw the great wealth of friends, family, and colleagues and students who were crushed by the loss. Estella taught her students that restraint in society leads to the civility and respect we all cherish. During her 7 years at the Afrocentric Alternative School, she adhered to an urban mission that generosity goes well beyond the home. Our school lens, her school lens, ensures that ours is a city with no closed doors, no glass ceilings, and a welcome door as a permanent source of opportunity for all who seek it. The glowing praise included the following from one parent, quote, "You know how it takes a village. She was definitely part of the village, and she showed up every time, and that's why she is so loved." A former First Lady wrote in her memoirs looking back at her White House years that, quote, "There just seemed to be so many sad moments." And while here we have much to celebrate around this council chamber and the neighborhoods we represent, we hope that the sad moments are rare and far between, but we cannot deny when they occur. At the end of the day, we need the crucial role that our teachers play in mentoring, ensuring that the city we call home and the country we know and love will retain its enduring qualities. As hundreds said their final goodbyes just this past weekend to a beloved teacher and parent, we know that her time in the classroom and beyond will always be cherished, that her students were positively impacted, and that for us at City Hall, sadly, she won't be coming back for a return visit. But Estella Wheeler left us the most important lesson of all, that God's work in this world must truly be our own.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I just rise with you colleagues this morning to remind everyone that April is in fact Be a Donor Month here in Ontario, and I'll be coming around with ribbons for everybody to wear. This is an opportunity to both celebrate and remember those lives that have been saved here in our communities, here in Toronto and across the province. And if you are not already a donor on the list, it's a good reminder to encourage you to look into that and give it some consideration. Here in Ontario right now, there are 1,400 people who are on a waiting list for a life-saving organ transplant. There are thousands of others on a waiting list for transformative tissue donation. But unfortunately, every 3 days, somebody will die on those waiting lists, waiting for a life-saving donation. And only 35% of Ontarians are, in fact, registered donors here in our province. So hopefully here in Toronto, we can boost those numbers. One donor can, in fact, save 8 lives and enhance as many as 75 through the gift of tissue. I myself am a donor. I know Councillor Sachs is as well. You get it on the back of your health card. And it's really easy to do. You just go to beadonor.ca and register, or you can go in person at any Service Ontario Centre. So just a quick reminder, and I'll be handing these ribbons out for everybody to wear. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I do have a short announcement as well. So I'm sure the members of council heard in the last couple days that Metrolinx was going to reduce the service with the Up Express in Weston and Bloor Street. And I know, me personally, in my office, I received a number of emails, and I believe Councillor Perks and Councillor Bravo as well. So the mayor and I have submitted a member's motion, which I will be withdrawing, and thank you to the mayor for seconding my motion. But I just want to say, last night I spoke personally to the premier, and shortly after that, the Minister of Transportation contacted me, and I explained the issue and how the impact it will have on our constituents in reducing the service from 15 minutes to 30 minutes. And I'm pleased to say, as of last night, the Minister of Transportation tweeted and made the announcement is while the intention was to provide a faster option for people traveling between Union and Pearson, I've heard riders' concerns about servicing Weston and Bloor stations along the UP Express line. And I have directed Metrolinx to not proceed with these changes. And that's official, and he will be sending council as well an official letter. And in my opinion, that was the fastest response I've ever received. Within an hour, this announcement was made. So, and I want to thank the Premier and the Minister of Transportation for responding to me and responding to us and making those changes immediately. So thank you for that. Councillor Matlow, you're out of order. So that's good news for all of us. Well, you know, all you have to do is make a phone call and you get what you want, right? May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Morley. If you can read the motion out, it will be on the screen. Oh, just, sorry. I have to turn it. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Moving that City Council confirm the minutes from the regular meeting held on March 20th and 21st, 2024, in the form supplied to the members.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, can you just wait, Councillor? Yeah. It's usually nice if you need to make an announcement that you email the speaker in advance of the council chambers and in advance of the council meeting. Councillor Pasternak emailed my office, and so I was aware that he was making an announcement. 2 o'clock? We'll do the next announcement? Yeah. So we'll do, Councillor, we'll do your announcement at 2 o'clock, okay? Okay, thank you. Members, there is an administrative inquiry under Council's procedure. City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information and refer it to a Council committee. We have administrative inquiry 17.1 from Councillor Bradford regarding the implementation of the vacant home tax in 2024. The City Manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the Council agendas on the City's website. Members, there are a number of items on our agenda today that relate to the subject matter. As this administrative inquiry, the Mayor, item CC 17.1 and 3 member motions, MM 17.1, MM 17.2, MM 17.3. I propose we deal with the related items as follows. The Mayor has designated item CC 17.1 headed immediate action to address the 2023 taxation year of the vacant home tax as their second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. In order to keep the related information together, I would ask the City Clerk to post the administrative inquiry and the City Manager response as background attachments on item CC 17.1. As Council will consider the vacant home tax later in the meeting, I rule the administrative inquiry redundant. With respect to the 3 member motions that address the vacant home tax, I have formed the opinion that they're germane to item CC 17.1. Once Council has completed its consideration of item CC 17.1, these members' motions will be redundant. Accordingly, I would advise the members who submitted the member motions to move the recommendations on item CC 17.1. So the 3 members' motion that we have, we can move the amendment on the mayor's item. And members should consult with the city's clerk to prepare these amendments. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports, and the chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Councillor Fletcher?
Have been dropped off CMP, so we can't see who's holding.
Pardon?
The holds have been dropped off the CMP. If we could get those restored,
okay.
please.
So tell the staff. Thank you. Councillor Chow.
I don't know how my name,
Oh, sorry,
no,
Mayor
right,
Chow.
that's-
Did I say
that's
councillor?
not.
I'm sorry. Too much reading.
Oh, it's
Mayor Chow.
my computer just restarting by itself. It's only at 5%. Sorry about that. This is the executive committee agenda that I'm introducing? Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm rising to introduce the executive committee agenda. We covered a number of important issues, including investing in communities, advancing the new Somalia Center for Culture and Recreation, and investing on student nutrition program, which is my first key item today. I have, in my not quite a year time as a mayor, I worked with city staff and all of you, my colleagues, and we have secured funding from both the provincial and the federal government. We all know about the provincial New Deal, and that is where we secure $630 million for transit and $600 million for shelters, along with $758 million for new subway cars on Line 2, and nearly $2 billion with the upload of the Garner. I want to give you a quick report because it connects with all the work we've been doing on housing, and there are many items on housing in this agenda. The refugee sheltering, as you remember, sheltering where Deputy Mayor Jennifer McAuliffe have done tremendous amount of work on, and all of you. For 2023, we received $200 million, covering our cost of $200 in 2024, which is about a down payment of $40 million. Yesterday's budget, the federal government has committed a $1.1 billion of Canada-wide a program which will give us enough funding for sheltering refugees. We also leveraged $6.7 million in municipal contribution to the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. Last year, you may recall that there is the Housing Accelerator funds. Our team have convinced through our advocacy that the national government needs to partner with us on their MIRROR program, which is the multi-residential units acquisition funds. We now have a national $1.5 billion housing acquisition fund, which is the model that you have created, my colleagues, so it's worthy of celebration. We have also pushed for construction financing for new apartment buildings and to have funding to make them affordable. With yesterday's federal budget, there are a lot more funding on the table, and that would result in thousands and thousands of dollars with a lot more affordable homes. That the loan guarantee will itself unlock enough funding to build about 30,000 homes for about 30,000 people in Toronto. So I have a list here that we will continue to work to secure our share of $6 billion of the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, $55 billion the Apartment Construction Loan Program, the $1.5 billion Cooperative Housing Development Program, $3 billion in the annual permanent public transit funds that unfortunately won't start till 2026, and the $1 billion National Food Program, which we'll talk about shortly. We have similar wins like the $4 million for modular housing, including Downsville. So Councillor that represent Downsville, this is a good news for you. $23 million for TIF, for those that are interested in the arts, and $10 million to support repairs at Harbourfront Centre. The local councillor, Deputy Mayor Osman Malik have been pushing for that. So we do have $10 million to support repairs in Harbourfront Centre. There's much more work to do to secure the funding that our city needs. And I will keep on pushing, and together we will help secure the federal funding for our Bloor subway cars to match Premier Ford's and city's commitment. So we need to place them without further delay. So that's my quick report from both the federal budget and what are all of the items in front of you. Thank you for allowing me to talk a bit about what the city needs.
Thank you, Mayor Cha. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 11 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And if you allow me a minute, I just want to highlight the important work that was done in Mount Dennis for cross-divisional collaboration on the item Mount Dennis Community for All Action Plans, and also the York Southwestern Community and of Councillor Nunziata to bring together planning and community economic development approaches. Also, we had a really important item around the reimbursement of the Black-led churches who came to the aid of the public and supporting refugees during the crisis that we face, in particular last year, and an ongoing way throughout 2023. And there were many people who came to Depute and speak about the hardships that they faced, and we're very grateful for the reimbursement of other allowable expenses that were incurred in the pursuit of that important aim. And finally, the Alcohol in Parks pilot evaluation, which was a great success with a growing support in the city for an approach to continue, and committee examined and recommended a way to expand that approach to the entire city. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ains, do you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I would like to move that the report from meeting number 11 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 12 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I will start by saying Happy Earth Month, Toronto, and thank our committee members on the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, Vice Chair Mike Cole, Deputy Mayor Amber Morley, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Sachs, Councillor Peruzza for all of their hard work to make our city a little cleaner, a little greener. And before us this morning is Toronto's climate readiness update, our cycling network plan Q2 update, our organics processing facility update, and an update on EPR. And so I will flag to members that there is a supplemental report. Please read it, as we'll be taking that item up after lunch. And it talks about the work that's ongoing with circular materials as recycling transitions to this new agency. I'll also flag that there is a motion on the parking fines that is advance circulated. Please look through that, as it'll be the first item before us. It was deferred. Thank you to everybody that contributed to that. I think it's a great consensus motion that will keep the safety-related fines as what was proposed, but for the non-safety, the so-called nuisance ones, it will make those consistent with the rate of inflation since they were last adjusted, and we'll have a secondary motion that says every 5 years we bring forward to council what those inflationary increases will look like. We just left it way too long, and let's not repeat that mistake. So that's before us. And I just wanted to also flag that I will be timing the IEC report, so that's the items on IEC for after lunch. If you have motions that are highly technical, please do advance circulate them. You know, the motion that we have forward on parking, it's very technical. It's important that we give people time to read those things and review them. So please have a look at all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report. On the screen.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that report from meeting 11 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Good
You
morning,
have a
Speaker.
motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
I certainly do. I move that the report for meeting 12 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
What you consider to be the key takeaway.
Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 12 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do, Madam Chair. I would like to move that the report from meeting number 12 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 12 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda for Council by presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce a new business from the mayor and city officials? Moved by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. That new business from the mayor and city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. And remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to declare a conflict of interest on two related items on the agenda. The first is CC 17.6 4888 Dundas Street West, alteration of a property designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, request for direction, and CC 17.7 4884 4896 Dundas Street West, OLT hearing, request for directions. Nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on these files, and I've submitted those declarations to the clerks. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 17.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have 4 deferred items before us today, i.e. 11.2, T 9.14, T 11.2, and DM 17.1, which was item CC 16.27 from the March meeting. The mayor has designated item EX 13.1, an overview of the student nutrition program, as the first key item and first item of business today. The mayor has designated item CC 17.1 on immediate actions to address the 2023 taxation year of the vacant home tax as their second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Councillor Chang, you wish to bring some items forward to the council agenda?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That in accordance with Section 27-7.10 of Municipal Code Chapter 27, Council Procedures, City Council remove the following items from the Civic Appointments Committee and bring the items forward to City Council for consideration. CA 15.1, headed Appointment of a Public Member to the Greater Toronto Airports Authority GTAA Consultative Committee. CA 15.2, headed Appointment of a Public Member to the Toronto Transit Commission Board. And CA 15.3, headed Appointment of Public Member to the Toronto Public Library Board.
All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. And this item will be brought forward and held in Councillor Chang's name. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Deferred items. Executive Committee. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker. I'm holding EX 13.5, New Island, New Beginnings, Further Reconciliation and an Indigenous Cultural Framework for the Portlands. I'd simply like to release that with a recorded vote, such an important message for reconciliation that we would be naming the new island that's being created through the flood protection with an Indigenous name. So with that, I can release that unless somebody else wants to hold it, Speaker.
So Councillor Fletcher has released DX 13.5 and is asking for a recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Mayor Chow, please, your vote. And Councillor Crisanti, are you able to vote using the system?
my my voting option is not coming up on my laptop.
How do you vote, Councillor?
Yes.
Councillor Cole, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Speaker, the item is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
TO Live 2023 fourth quarter financial results and comment.
I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I didn't get that.
Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't, maybe
Yeah.
my mic wasn't on. Now it's on? Thank you, thanks so much. EX 13.7, TO Live 2023 fourth quarter financial results and commentary. I was holding that, I no longer need to hold that. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher is releasing EX 13.7. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, so Councillor Moyes, on the deferred items, T 9.14, it's here without a recommendation. So would you like to hold it down?
Yes, I'd like to hold it down.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to defer it? Okay, so Councillor, just a sec, Councillor Moyes, go ahead.
I'd like to defer item TE 914.
9.14.
9.14, thank you. 98 to 100 Bond Street and 5474 Dundas Street East, deferred to the next council meeting.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Mayor Chow.
EX 13.2, supporting potential city building opportunities on Toronto District School Board. I know that we have a new committee where Councillor Cantaval and the school board chairs gets together and talk about all the issues that connect with both of us. So I'm referring this matter, the motion should be in front of you. Yes, it is coming up. Okay, that we are sending it over to, referring the item to the Toronto District School Board on the lands to the June 18th meeting of the City School Board's Advisory Committee.
Okay, so on EX 13.2, on the motion by Mayor Chow, on favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
I would like to hold item EX 13.8, the 2024 Education Property Tax Levy and Clawback Rate Bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Hi, thank you. I would like to hold EX 13.9. I understand Councillor Saxon was holding it for me.
I was about to.
Oh, okay, yeah, so EX 13.9, please.
Economic and Community Development Committee. No? Okay. General Government Committee? No. Infrastructure and Environment Committee? Pardon? Councillor Carroll, what is it?
I apologize, Madam Chair. I am having technical difficulty. So I had an item I needed to hold in economic development, and I understand you're past that now.
Which item?
It is EC 11.7, reimbursement of churches and community organizations.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a quick matter. I should be able to release it by lunch.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're at Infrastructure and Committee. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you. I can release IE 12.2 if no one else has questions, comments. Great, we can release that.
Okay, so Councillor McKelvey is releasing IE 12.2, which is the organics processing facilities updates. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Planning and Housing. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. PH 11.1, Housing Now, Bloor, Islington, and Islington Bus Terminal. City-initiated zoning bylaw amendment and plan of subdivision, decision report, approval. And if staff could try and get in touch with me, I'd love to talk to them before this comes up for questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Etobicoke, York Community Council. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a simple ask. I'd like a recorded vote on EY 12.16, which is Longbourn Drive, introduction of overnight street parking, Area 11. And
Okay, just a sec. What was that item?
EY 12.16.
12, okay.
Yep, and EY 12.17, which is Burnthorpe Road Speed Limit Amendment. Thank you.
So you want a recorded vote on both items?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So on EY 12.16, Councillor Holiday has asked for a recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Bradford and Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
And Councillor Cole, please, how do you vote? In the affirmative. Thank you. Speaker, the item is adopted, 23-1.
Okay, on EY 12.17, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Cole, how do you vote, sir? Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item is adopted. The vote is 22-2.
Thank you. North York Community Council. Councillor Cheng.
I'd like to hold NY 12.9, 26 to 38 Hounslow Avenue, NY 12.10, 18 to 28 Athabasca Avenue, and NY 12.11, 461 Shepherd Avenue East.
Thank you. Scarborough Community Council. No, Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release T 12.36 to Councillor Matlow as it is in his ward.
Okay, so
You're okay?
12.36, you want
need to hold that?
have Councillor Matlow hold the item down? Yes? Okay. All right. New business. Hi. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to ask your guidance on this. I have questions on CC 17.6, which is 17.7, which is 4884 to 4896 Dundas Street West. However, CC 17.6 is an overlapping address. So I think they both need to be held so that one doesn't get considered and not the other. And I'm happy to hold both.
So you want to hold CC 17.6 and 17.7?
Correct.
All right. And I would like to hold down CC 17.5.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Carroll?
Just so that we're not holding staff, it turns out I did get my question answered on EC 11.7, so I can release that if now is the opportune time.
Okay, but just a sec. Let me just finish this and then I'll acknowledge you.
Sure.
Okay. Councillor Matlow?
I can hold and release if the clerk has the amendment to 1710, CC 1710, 1366 Yonge Street, Ontario Land Tribunal. Well, I'm just looking to the clerk. Do they have the amendment? Sorry? Well, then I'll hold it. Okay.
Mr. Carroll?
Yes, I can release 11.7, economic development, the reimbursement of churches.
Which one?
EC 11.7?
EC 11.7?
Yeah.
Okay, just let me get that. Reimbursement for churches?
Yeah.
You want to release? EC 11.7, Councillor Carroll's releasing. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Pardon? I can't hear you. Oh, sorry. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleagues. Does anybody have questions about the Ombudsman's report CC 17.2? If anyone has questions, I need to hold it down till tomorrow afternoon when Hydro can be here. If nobody has questions, we can let it go. Does anyone have questions? Seeing none, I can release it.
Okay. Yeah, just one sec, please. I didn't hear. Okay. So Councillor Sachs is releasing the CC 17.2, the Ombudsman Toronto Investigation Report. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Cole, you had your hand up?
Yeah, under new business.
Yes?
I'd like to hold CC 17.5.
I'm holding that item down.
Okay, and I'd like to hold CC 17.7.
Okay, is there any reason why nobody's standing when they're speaking? So CC 17.7 has been held as well.
And 17.10.
It's been held.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and how about 11?
You want to hold that one?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I would now consider request to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Councillor McKelvey, did you want to make, okay, just one sec, okay, Councillor McKelvey.
I mentioned earlier that time the report of IEC, so that it's all the ones that are held for after lunch today, and I am flagging again that there is the report on EPR, so members, please have a look at that.
Thank you. All right. Councillor, on favor, show of hands. Carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, I would just like to do with EC 11.4 alcohol in parks pilot evaluation, first item after lunch, if that wasn't taken yet, please.
We just moved Councillor McKelvey's item after lunch.
So just subsequent to that then, please.
Pardon?
After that one.
After Councillor McKelvey's
Yes,
item?
please. Yeah.
Okay. So motion by Councillor Fletcher to deal with 11.4 alcohol in parks pilot following the infrastructure item. On favor?
Thank you.
Carried. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to move that PH 11.8, the Rent Safe TO program, follow the item Councillor Fletcher just moved.
So you're moving that PH 11.8, the Rent Safe TO program, following Councillor Fletcher's item.
Correct.
Do we have that? Okay. Okay, just one second. Yeah, but just a sec, because we're in the middle of something here. Okay. You're okay? So did you, so Councillor Perks is moving, well, oh, okay, just a sec, go ahead.
If I could have the floor again. I've just consulted quickly with Councillor Fletcher, and if we could reverse the order so that the rent safe item follows Councillor McKelvey's items, and then the alcohol in parks follows rent safe.
Okay.
Okay?
On
Thank you.
favor? Carried. Okay. Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes. Weren't held? Oh, okay. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk's staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you do have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk's staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and, in turn, Council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise Council after each recess which motions I have agreed on that are urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the first key matter, which is item EX 13.11. Sorry. Yeah, EX 13. EX 13.1, an overview of student nutrition program. Mayor Chalice held the item down. So do we have any questions to staff on the item before we go to speakers? Any questions on the item? Okay, Councillor Fletcher, did you have questions? Yes, okay, so if you can put your name on the screen, please. Councillor Fletcher, questions to staff.
Thank you. I did have some remarks at committee, but I'm very interested to know if you're tracking programs, what percentage run out of money before the end of the school year? How many schools are left short? I know they know that at TFSS. I just don't know if they tell you that.
Yeah, so through the chair, unfortunately, Councillor, we're unable to provide a specific answer to that question. Happy to take that offline.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Is that better?
Kind of.
So I believe the microphone is on. So through the chair, I'm afraid I'm not able to provide you that answer today. Happy to take that offline and speak with our colleagues from the Toronto Foundation for Student Success and get the specific answer for you.
So do they report that to you yearly, or do you have to ask for that information?
So through the chair, that is not part of an annual report. It is something that we have to request.
And what do they report to you annually?
So do you want to speak to that?
Exactly.
So asking what would they do report annually? So through the chair, Toronto Foundation for Student Success, they report to us annually. We ask for financials in terms of all the funding that these schools get. So they provide us with funding in terms of what the municipality provides, the other orders of government, the parents in terms of students for fundraising, as well as corporate donations. The other thing they provide to us is they do provide a report in terms of the food that's actually being bought, because we do a audit to ensure that the food that is being purchased, it does meet nutritional values under the Canada Food Guide.
That it means so in the nutritional aspect, you oversee that. You get an accounting of the total amount of dollars from all of the other sectors, municipal, provincial, corporate, private donors, and then I guess they have their own fundraising as well. Do you get that accounting?
Through the chair, that is correct.
That accounting. And there used to be this is a pretty significant contribution that the city makes, is it not? Yes,
Through the
it's
chair,
most
that is
amount.
correct.
There used to be a councillor member on that board because they're actually, so I don't know why, did you recommend that person that position be eliminated?
So through the chair, it's our understanding that that position was removed at the time that council went to from 45 to 25. Happy to revisit that and look at the decision. That was not a decision we made, but it's our understanding that that was when that change occurred.
So information, okay, the oversight function is missing because there's no board member there and there's no public health person. Is there a possibility to have somebody from public health on that board since we're a major donor?
So through the chair, we are in regular communications and active with TFSS.
Not my question, governance.
Yeah, so again, through the chair, we are not a member on TFSS board. We do regularly liaise with them, and there used to be a council position. You're quite right. There was once a council member who was there, but that was eliminated at the time we went down.
And since there's so many private donors on the board, is it not possible to have, for a governance model, to have the funders on that board?
So through the chair, very happy to take a look into the questions that you're raising with TFSS and come back.
But I can move a motion here. Would you have any opposition to having someone sit there and have that oversight of the 11, how many million? 11, 12?
So through the chair, our current donation level is at around $18 million.
Oh, 18 million, okay. And then percentage of overall funding for that whole basket is, what percentage is that?
So through the chair, for the most recent year, it's just under 50%.
So 50%, no governance oversight from TPS on the TPH on the board, no councillor on the board, majority funder pretty well, and lots of private donors on the board of that. So I think I'll probably move a motion to have an oversight person from Toronto Public Health.
So through the chair, I will leave it to council to make
should be
decisions
50% of the board. Yeah. Are you telling, just for governance, I know this was set up long ago by somewhere, the school board somewhere, not sure how, but would you not normally have a situation where all of those who are donating would somehow be in a governance situation rather than receiving a report and you telling me you don't know how many schools at the end of the year? You're not told Bruce School ran out of money, more school ran out of money in schools that are actually very low income, running out of food.
Councillor Fletcher, that was your last question.
Well, that's my question. Don't you think that's a good idea?
Yeah.
So through the chair, I'm sure there are many different ways in which good governance can be achieved, and very interested in hearing about how that might be affected in this situation.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the chair, I'm wondering, with the additional federal funding that is now being announced, is the expectation that we will augment or expand our existing programs, or do we foresee some measure of cost savings to the city?
So through the chair, that's an excellent question. At this point in time, without knowing exactly what the quantum of increase will be, very difficult to speak to what how those new dollars might be applied. There's no question, there's need in the system, and as we undertook at Exec Committee, once we actually have a sense as to what the dollar figure looks like, we'll have a better opportunity to speak to how best it might be used, again, in partnership with the relevant bodies and the Student Nutrition Ontario Toronto group of partners.
Could our investment, which I think sets a bar in this country, could it de-incentivize the province from allocating what Toronto deserves? Is there a potential risk that because we have a great investment already, that they might allocate those dollars to other cities?
So through the chair, it's difficult for me to speak about what another order of government might do or choose to do, depending on what sort of financial increase is actually provided out of the new federal funding. I would emphasize this, though, that my sincere hope is that we would be looking at need and ensuring that those who need get access to this very important service, at least in the first instance, and then ultimately, the goal is to look for a universal food program, school food program, as we know that this is the evidence-informed position in terms of improving health of young people and as well improving their academic performance and their academic outcomes overall.
So on the subject of need, there are pockets of neighborhoods that are in poverty, but they actually don't have the neighborhood improvement area designation. One of those neighborhoods is in my community. And I'm just wondering, in this motion here, is there space for neighborhoods that are often in Toronto pocketed by wealth, and because of that, they don't get the priority neighborhood designation, but the need is there? How are those students going to receive this type of support?
Sorry. Yes. So through the chair, we have yet to hear the specific details in respect of the provincial funding. I think that once we actually know what that looks like, we'll be in a better position to provide some insight and some advice around how to make sure we get to people who are clearly in need, given that we're not yet talking about a universal program. I would like to emphasize for members of council, however, that the goal, the ultimate goal, as we have articulated it at Toronto Public Health, is for a universal school food program, as we know that this is what's associated with the best outcomes in terms of health, outcomes in terms of academic achievement and academic outcomes.
I guess I'm just concerned because it delineates and emphasizes schools in neighborhood improvement areas or summer camps in neighborhood improvement areas. So would that happen at the exclusion of communities in need that are not in neighborhood improvement areas?
So through the chair, not necessarily. I think we know that there are schools, we do know that there are schools that qualify for the student nutrition program. We're well aware of those schools and are providing advice as the funding becomes clearer and clearer around how best to allocate the dollars that are available, while at the same time still advocating for a universal school food program.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, question.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, I'm just looking at the map, and I'm just curious as to what role the designation neighborhood improvement area plays in the selection of schools, because I see a lot of neighborhoods in North Etobicoke, North York, and North Scarborough that are poor in the lowest income brackets, but they don't have the NIA designation.
So through the chair, the way the schools were chosen was not necessarily based on whether or not a school was within an NIA. Back in 2012 to 2018, there was an expansion program that happened through funds provided by the City of Toronto. And the way the decisions were made in terms of what schools were, we based it on information that the Ministry of Education collects regarding whether the composition of the students within the schools, and there is quite a robust calculation that is actually done by the Ministry of Education that identifies whether or not a school is in need. In addition to that, we also looked, that was definitely a part of it. The other component was the readiness of the school to actually accept a program. So those were the components in terms of how the decisions were made during the expansion process.
Thank you. And did the Learning Opportunity Index designation, did that play a role in this, in the selection at all? And that's the provincial designation, correct?
That's correct. That's one of the matrix, through the chair, that's one of the matrices that was used to make that decision.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenty?
I'm here. Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Myers mentioned Etobicoke North, and it's absolutely correct. I have schools in my area that are not within the designated NIA program, and yet they have a need for the nutrition program. First question, how many schools in total participate in this program citywide and in Etobicoke North? And what about the schools that are just outside the boundary? Are we paying any attention to the needs there? What can we do to assist them?
So through the chair, Councillor, there are almost 620 school communities currently participating in the program, roughly representing 820 programs throughout the schools. That being said, there's no question there is still very much need that exists. We know that of the roughly 850 plus public schools in Toronto, there are over 200 that do not have a student nutrition program. And we know that using the criteria that my colleague just described, almost 70 actually do meet the need. So I think that there is no question that there is significant need that exists in the community. We are still aiming for a universal school food program. Again, I can't emphasize enough how beneficial that would be from a health and academic outcome perspective. But you're quite right, Councillor, there continues to be unaddressed need, even outside, whether it's within the context of a neighborhood improvement area or not.
So Doctor, how can we expedite assistance to these schools? Because you're absolutely right. I've had a couple of schools already call me asking for help. They were fortunate enough to get a bit of private funding, but that funding is not lasting to the end of the year. They need to be supplemented. They have immediate need right now. Is there anyone that we could direct them to give them assistance? We don't want to see the students go without their nutrition program and food that they need. So do we have a plan? Do we have anything to assist people under these circumstances?
So through the chair, we are hopeful to hear more by way of detail as to the new federal funding, which is the subject of this report. Certainly once we have more details, we'll be in a better position to understand how much more of the student population in Toronto might be served as a result of the new dollars. But I want to assure Council that the notion of trying to make sure that, one, a universal food program is available, and two, that the funds that are available are being used as best as possible is the constant concern of our staff that deal with the student nutrition program. That's the constant top of mind function that they're seeking to achieve.
So even if there's some funds left in this budget, 18 million, I believe you said, we cannot share some of these funds with other schools?
So, through the chair, there is really not much. We're not able to cover all the need at this point in time. So additional funding that is promised through the federal increase is really the source that we're looking at this point in time. And of course, advancing a universal program. I can't emphasize that enough.
No, I agree with that. All right, thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you. Mayor Chow, questions?
I'm just on the website of the Toronto Foundation for Student Success. I looked at the board. As you said, there are no members. I noticed there's no school board members. There are no city councilors. There are no city staff. And their budget tells me that in terms of revenue, we are the top donor, and even the ministry only provide less than half of what we provide, probably 30%. And you're right, we are in fact 50% off their budget. And their report seems to be, it's not even on the website in terms of annual report. In this, I think a lot of the counselors, I'm coming towards the question, a lot of the counselors are talking about needs. We're also talking about quality. It looks like that even though we provide $18 million, we do not have much control or any, we don't really have any way to provide directions to them. Is that correct? Both on needs and the quality of the program. If I'm wrong, let me know. How do we say to them, we have higher needs, we think that the food program should be in Councillor Burnside's ward in that school, or Councillor Crescende's ward in that school, because there's a lot of needs in those two areas, for example, and it's one of the 2 or 3 schools out of the 200 needs to be provided with support. And the quality of this school this program may not meet the standard, for example, or that we want to have higher quality. How do you deal with, given that we have no one on the board, is there a contractual agreement with them? How do we control both needs and quality of these student nutrition programs?
So through the chair, although we do not sit on the board and there is no city council member on the board, there exists, we do have a contractual agreement with the Toronto Foundation of Student Success. As well, there is a partnership that's called the Student Nutrition Ontario-Toronto. So I as a an employee of Toronto Public Health, I chair that partnership. Included on that partnership are the 2 foundations, so not only the Toronto Foundation of Student Success, but also the Angel Foundation. Yep. And we also have representation from the Toronto District School Board, as well as the Toronto District Catholic School Board as well.
So in the contract that you have with these 2 foundations, you're very clear as to what quality we're looking for, and that what kind of needs we need to provide, right, to fulfill the needs. Can you share some of the criteria that might, because quite a few councillors are looking for that information. What would be the criteria? Is it, you said there is a complex formula. Mm-hmm. Is it the income of the family in that area using Revenue Canada data, for example, or StatsCan?
So through the chair, at this time, the funding that we do have, it goes to ensuring that the programs that are in existence continue to exist. So the challenge really is that we do see need, but there is limited funding. And as I previously said at Executive Committee, the issue and the example I always like to use is a banana. So if the nutritional value that we want to provide a student is a banana, the way the funding works right now is that we're consistently decreasing the banana. So a student gets 1/3, we get an increase in the population, a student gets 1/4. So what we're trying to do is ensure that there is stability as much as we can in the existing programs. As Dr. Davila indicated, it would be new funding it's coming through the federal program, and our hope and our desire is that we'll be able to address the needs that have been identified by the councillors in the room through this influx of new funding.
Thank you.
And through the chair, if I could just add a little bit in respect of the quality of the program, we do have participation of nutritionists who, as much as possible, are trying to say, here is what would constitute a nutritional meal. But as my colleague, Ms. Hutchinson, rightfully points out, the challenge is as the number of students increases and the dollars are not growing at a commensurate pace, we are left trying to stretch what is available to as nutritious a quality meal it can be, given that we are restricted in terms of the finances. I think the other component that's worth speaking to is that we are talking about food being served within a congregate or group setting. So we also have advice that's being provided and support that's being provided by our public health inspectors to ensure that the food is being offered in an environment that actually enhances food safety and that is consistent with good food handling practices. So there are a number of quality initiatives like those to ensure a good program is available in the limited resources that there are.
Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Although the history questions that I want to ask, the councillors that probably need to hear the answers aren't in the room right now, but I live in hope. I just want to make sure that we're focused on this. The issue of where the schools are. And we have a map in your report that shows us that a lot of our programs are outside of neighborhood improvement areas. Lots and lots are inside improvement areas. We're not the only ones who decide here, are we? Because the location choosing and the highlighting of them by schools and by the foundations predates us even having a neighborhood improvement area program, does it not?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Right. And so now, then we brought in the priority neighborhood strategy, and that's certainly that brought a place-based focus to some places. But schools went right on, and foundation went right on, highlighting for us schools that have a hunger need wherever they were. Am I right about that?
Through the chair, you are correct.
So that's why I'll take as an example Councillor Crisanti's ward. If he looks at the map and he looks at the black dots that are outside of his NIAs, that's the good work of the people on site. The foundation knows from talking to the schools and talking from us about the neighborhood, it's the combination of all those things that brings the site to our attention. Am I right?
Through the chair, that is correct. And of course, as my colleague Ms. Hutchinson spoke to, there are these indices that give a sense as to need writ large. So whether it's the Learning Opportunity Index, the Educational Opportunity Index, there are very specific criteria that actually articulate the need, and these kinds of measures go into the determination, or I should say, went into the determination as to where new student nutrition programs would be situated, assuming that there were resources to actually be allocated.
Right. So we do our work, but we also listen to everything coming at us about all of those indices. And am I oversimplifying it when I say that, you know, the equation is somewhat lopsided now as to the incoming funds for the programs, and so we can only expand as the funds are needed, or as Althea graphically demonstrated, we'll get down to less than a third of a banana, which means if I add another school now, the program just becomes almost non-nutritional and meaningless. So we add as we can. But the ultimate goal is not to have to be constantly poring over these indices. The universal program would actually get us to a point where we don't have to do all this work. We're just going to provide nutrition to students when they go to school.
Through the chair, I think you are absolutely right. And the issue, of course, is that at this time, we want to make sure that there is stability in the existing programs rather than denigrating what exists. And as new dollars come in, it allows for further expansion.
So if councillors are going to be vocal on your behalf, or on behalf of the TFSS, or on behalf of Angels for Learning, or any individual school, if they really want to fix this problem, the wisest thing would be to be advocating, we need more funds right now, but the best bang for your buck that any government or any foundation would get would simply to, through economy of scope, deliver a universal program. That would be the best bang for your buck, whatever government I'm talking to.
So through the chair, yes, a universal school program should be the ultimate goal in terms of achieving both the health outcomes and the academic outcomes on behalf of our students.
Excellent, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam
Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Councillor Carroll, for asking my questions. But there were, oh, me sit down, you got to be kidding. There were a couple that were missed, and I will try and fill those gaps now. Whenever I go to various supermarkets or stores or outlets at Tim Hortons or Metro or whatever, they always seem to be collecting corporate money at the cash for various nutrition programs. Where does that money flow to? From the cash register, I guess it goes into corporate headquarters, and how is it trickled down to local programs? Or we really have no way of tracking that and just hope for the best?
So through the chair, I admit that how the corporate dollars flow from the individual cash registers to the various programs, we'll have to do a little work with the corporate contributors to understand what exactly that looks like on their end.
Yeah, I think the flow of money is pretty important. Now, it touches on what Councillor Carroll was asking. When we start recommending a universal nutrition program, that in fact is quite different from what we're offering now. We do a means test on applicants at various schools and see whether they meet the criteria. A universal nutrition program would be no means test. In other words, it's sort of a core Canadian value, whether it's healthcare or CPP. You get it whether you're a millionaire or whether you're on welfare.
So through the chair, yes, and the evidence shows that a universal school program actually is the best way by which to achieve the goals of the program, which is, better health through better nutrition and as well better academic outcomes. We know that when things are not offered on a universal basis, unfortunately, those who need it the most tend not to benefit to the same extent as they would under a universal program.
So we would do a pivot from our means test to a universal everyone gets.
So through the chair, the goal would be that if there were a universal food program, then the means test becomes unnecessary. It's a moot point.
I guess my other question is regarding flow of funds. Now, we continually ask, I guess we're asking the provincial government to continue to fund and fund more. That's a motion that has come many times before council. But in a federal system, it doesn't always trickle down. So the federal government may make a pot of money available and send it over to the province to figure out how to deal with it. And then it doesn't trickle down to the city. And then from here, it has to trickle down to school boards. Is there any thought on having any federal request come straight to the municipality and that we will spend the money as we see fit?
So through the chair, of course, that would be one methodology to which the funds would flow. However, the federal government has decided that they are going to be flowing it to the province. And of course, we will be having discussions, we will be advocating vigorously with the province to ensure that Toronto receives its fair share.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, staff.
Thank you. Thank you. If I can have a quorum call, because we don't have quorum in the council chambers.
Members of the voting panel will open shortly. If you press one of the buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber, please. Members, this is a roll call, so if you just press one of the two buttons. Councillor Cheng, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, thank you. Councillor Myers, please.
I'm here.
Councillor Crescentia is present. Thank you.
Yeah. Can somebody fix my voting options? It's still not happening here. So,
Madam Speaker, we will assign someone to follow up with Councillor Crescentia.
Okay.
thank you.
Speaker, you have quorum. There are 23 members present.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Coe, you said you're not here. I see you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, through you. So I see the various program outcomes in your presentation. Is that based on Toronto research, or is this sort of more universal research?
So through the chair, when we talk about program outcomes, yes, there are some things that are clearly around Toronto, but it is the general body of evidence, the general outcomes associated with making food available.
And when you talk about, let's say, reduced obesity and chronic disease, do you have like actual numbers, or is this a trend, or I'm just trying to understand?
So it is not specific in respect of particular students who are being observed, but in general, when we optimize nutrition and are afforded the opportunity to have good nutrition as part of the educational environment, it does actually lead to better health outcomes, including reduced obesity and better nutritional intake, as well as improvements in academic achievement and outcomes.
So these are kind of intuitive outcomes.
So through the chair, they are more than intuitive. They are actually based on research in respect of broader nutritional programs offered through schools. There are a number of other jurisdictions, countries throughout the world that actually have universal school food programs, and they are enjoying the benefits of such programs.
Okay, and then thank you through the speaker again. My last question is: will you be conducting any sort of? Will you be looking at outcomes in the near future, or will you be for Toronto in terms of our contribution?
So through the chair, if you're talking about how that might relate to dollars, I don't know that we're going to be able to specifically make that connection. We are, however, constantly studying the health outcomes, not so much the academic outcomes, I have to admit, but certainly the health outcomes of Toronto students and youth is of major concern to us as the local public health department, and you will continue to see us constantly monitoring the health of young people in our city and figuring out ways we can lift that up, and certainly to reduce inequities in the health status as well. Okay, and actually I have one more question. So in terms of the nutrition program, do you sort of have numbers in terms of children that need better nutrition because of economic issues versus children that need the nutrition based on the fact that they're just not getting it at home because, for whatever reason, but it's not economic based? So if that makes sense. Yeah, through the chair, I don't know that we're able to get that granular okay. detail, but certainly we're interested in ensuring that regardless of what the circumstances are, that nutritional opportunities, optimal nutritional opportunities are available to all young people in the city. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few weeks ago, I joined hundreds of volunteers and community leaders at the annual Spring Food Sort at the Daily Bread Food Bank. And I was sorting these boxes alongside Premier Ford. And I was talking about the importance of providing meals. Of course, the Bread Food Bank provide a lot of meals, and Premier Ford was very encouraged by that. And then I said, well, actually, the City of Toronto and your ministries also provide foods in schools. And he seems quite interested in it because we do know that there's a perfect storm that is, whether it's declining wages, rising food prices, lack of affordable housing, rising rent. In February alone, 300,000 people visited Daily Bread Food Bank across the city. And they tell us 1 out of 10 Torontonians, with a third of them are kids, unfortunately have to use the food bank. And that Daily Bread Food Bank, their use, the visits have gone up 51% since 2023. I, this morning, had a media event with a young student. She spoke eloquently about what the food program meant to her in school. She said that normally if she doesn't have a meal in the morning, she can't focus, she cannot concentrate. She's now finishing grade 12, going to go to York or U of T. Excellent student. And she said it's because of the food program, because of the breakfast program she gets in the morning. And she said she's not alone. She knows of other students, whether it's in her school and other schools. She attended a mosque in the area, and she said that is a very common experience. Now, she's one of the fortunate ones in the city of Toronto that are able to get this kind of support. And Toronto provide meals to 220,000 kids. Her name that she was actually here with her, but she had to go back to school, is Sukanya Chowdhury, and she was here with her mom, Shuli Chowdhury. And she sought me out at a Bengali event, and she pushed through all the crowds because we were celebrating Bengali New Year. She pushed through the crowd just to come in and say to me, because I was talking about our program, just to say to me, this is last Sunday, how important it was for her to get that breakfast program. And I thought, wow, good for you. So I invited her to come to council. Unfortunately, because of the question we had, which was good to have, but she wasn't able to stay. She's at the Wexford Collegiate School for the Arts and live in Scarborough Centre, and Councillor Thompson's ward. Exactly. I was going to introduce you to her, but never mind. You know, this program is dear to my heart. It's a program that my late husband and I designed together many, many years ago, several decades actually, and it has grew. When I was the children's advocate, I made sure that it wasn't just in North York and the old city of Toronto, that it was in every corner of the city. And it grew, and with the support of the provincial government, with the parents, with the communities, with the private sector. And when I was a member of parliament, I introduced a national school food program. And that didn't come to be. However, last night or yesterday afternoon, we're very encouraged to see that the federal government has committed to $1.8 billion for a national school nutrition program. And I looked at the fine print. The first year is going to be $79 million. Next year is going to be in 2025, it's going to be $250 million and building towards year 5. That money has the potential to make a huge difference in the lives of children across this country. It's because so far it's the city, provincial, local government, local school boards, and private donations, and the parents, because it's pay what you can. Parents usually, if they can, They pay the full cost. And of all of that coming together, the only one missing is the federal government. Now they're in. With this partnership, we can do so much more. It will be a national universal program. So yes, as we grow, we will grow in priority neighborhoods, priority areas. Their schools is already on the list. So those counselors that are saying, hey, how come our school are not available to access the funding? They applied. We only have the money to pay for what, the schools that have already in place. We did not have the money to expand the program. Last budget, we put in an 8% increase of $1.5 million. What happened to that money? It went to pay for the rising food costs because it's so much more expensive now, whether it's an apple or milk. So it's, I want to quote Lara, which is a teacher at St. John 23rd Catholic School. She worked in schools that have nutrition programs and schools that don't. She said that the difference in kids when they have breakfast and when they don't is evident in their learning, in their attitude. You know why? Because they can focus. And they're happier when their tummy is not empty. So we need to ask the province to pay their share. I just did some quick math. In 2022, they through two ministry, supported this program by $12.4 million. In 2023, it went down to $9.1 million. That's a drop of $3.2 million in 1 year.
Yeah,
They
we're
need
definitely
to
missing school guard crossing program.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. That
Someone is on the phone.
too. So, okay.
Well, that was
It's not a lot of time.
Who's my time?
Who's on the phone?
I don't know. It's in, maybe the minister responsible. Wait. Maybe the minister of Children, Community and Social Services and the minister of Tourism, Culture and Sports, Ian Lumsden, for example. Maybe the minister are saying that we do want to provide the 55 cents per serving per meal, because that's our standard right now. The financial commitment to student nutrition programs in Toronto, you know what? It's less than $1. It's 55 cents per serving per meal. My God, we can do better than that, right? But the provincial government is not even at that level. So let's work together. Madame Mayor, I know you have good relationship with the Premier, as you just demonstrated last night. And yes. So phone the minister. Okay. Phone the Premier then. I know that Councillor Crescente, because they represent the same ward and riding, they also have good working relationship. Let's enhance this program. Let's get the kids happy and learning. Let's make it universal, and let's expand it where it needs to go, and so that we have a more caring and a better city and with healthier kids. So do support this report in front of you, and perhaps you can encourage the federal government to front and load the money. That would even be better. So thank you for the support of this program in the past and in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with an amendment, and I know clerks at center table have that for me. So I just wanted to thank, as always, Mayor Chow for her vision and for her leadership. I am one of the young people who proudly grew up in the city of Toronto and was able to tap into and benefit from the student nutrition programs that were designed and brought in by former councillor and our current mayor, Olivia Chow, and she mentioned her late husband. These programs are incredibly important. We've also heard from some of our colleagues related to neighborhood improvement areas and the deep need that we've seen, especially through the pandemic and with the incredible rise in use of food banks for students and their families to access healthy, nutritious meals in order to stay well in our city. And so we know there are incredible organizations, grassroots organizations that are working on shoestring budgets with volunteers and incredible passion to stand up programs, including lunches in the summer months, and who have successfully worked in partnership with the City of Toronto in the past. So my amendment is to the item before us under 3C, and it is including, I'll just read it out. A pilot program, so City Council amend executive recommendation, so it reads as follows. A pilot program to provide nutritious lunches to children attending select City of Toronto summer camps with priority for camps in neighborhood improvement areas and in geographically diverse locations, and, where appropriate, in partnership with existing nonprofit or charitable organizations with experience running similar meal programs. And again, I think it's so incredibly important. We've seen such success in our city when we work in partnership with other organizations that are experts on the ground, that have relationships and deep trust with community members, and I just want to make sure that we hold space to engage them as part of this important work. So that's my amendment, and I hope my colleagues will support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do not have an amendment, but I will support a few amendments coming forth by a few of my colleagues. The city provides TFSS, Toronto Foundation for Student Success, $11 million a year via the Board of Health, which I chair. As a former school board trustee, I have seen firsthand how important the program is. As vice chair, I was able to go across the city, visit various schools, seeing the kids having lunch, and just how important it is to their well-being and their learning. So I'm really happy Toronto's actually shown leadership on this for many, many years. And even my own community of Toronto Centre has benefited from this as well. And we know that housing and food is a human right. It's the social determinants of health. And every child in Toronto, and quite frankly across the city and across the world, should not go without. I think when we don't feed our children, that is a choice that we make as a society. We know that there's enough food in this city, in this country, and quite frankly, globally, to feed kids. I have stopped watching the news in the last little while because whenever I turn the news on, I see children starving. And I know that there's so much more that we can do and we should do as a society. And we should talk about these things more often to change that period. And so I'm very thankful for the federal government to step up, to put the money where their mouth is. I am confident the province will do the same. And again, the city will continue to show leadership on this file, in that every child in the city of Toronto will have food in their stomachs when they're in the schools. So thank you again.
Thank you. Councillor Candiva.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to think that the Government of Canada was paying attention to our inaugural City School Boards Committee a month or two ago when we discussed in detail the growth and evolution, of course, started by our mayor when councillor, such a foundational program for the most vulnerable in our city. So I'd like to thank the Government of Canada for this important investment that now allows us as a G7 country to join other members of the G7 in institutional organized national school food program. So I want to extend that appreciation, as well as to the committee members on the City School Boards Committee, trustees from all the 4 school boards in their strong advocacy, attention for such an important issue. So I want to thank them for their work and the work that we'll be doing together in partnership. I had the privilege to be on the school board for 8 years, and many times over that tenure, while visiting schools, keen teachers, principals would share not just the extent and reality of hunger, but also the quality of the food they would see children bring in. Lunchables, TV dinners, and a complete, in most cases, lack of nutritious value. So this motion and the necessary funding to provide nutritious meal reconfirms the strong correlation all academic research demonstrates between nutrition and learning, and the tremendous importance that has for not just health outcomes, but socioeconomic outcomes, and with great relevance to our city as we see increasing disparity. So I want to thank the work of the committee, the executive council, and our other levels of government for making this a priority and providing the money requisite to grow this over the next few years. And given that we haven't seen expansion since 2016, this is of tremendous importance. So looking forward for our staff to create that action plan, and I hope we can be involved in any capacity as individual councillors or as the City School Boards Committee to see that the need is driving the implementation and the resource allocation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a rising feeling of be careful what you wish for, because as the federal government becomes live to this issue, I worry that we might have the same sort of struggle we had with the $10 a day childcare program, because like the $10 a day program, this service really happens in communities when it rises out of the ground. It starts with not-for-profits, starts with people like Lorraine Nowina in Etobicoke, Rick Gosling in North York, and I could go on and name people from all sorts of neighborhoods. Those are people who started, in an area feeding kids, and one of the silver linings, and there aren't that many of them, but one of the silver linings of amalgamation was realizing that we needed a Toronto-wide foundation to pull all these things together, and through the public and the Catholic board to begin to be able to address hunger, just address hunger. And maybe we weren't making a big enough noise when the funds started to disappear. Coincidentally, from about 2018 on, from the other order of government, the commitment to match our contribution kind of went sideways, and maybe we needed to make a louder noise, but we really need to make it now, and we know that. We can't afford our own groceries. We go and we're well-paid individuals, and yet I don't know about you, but I reel when I'm there, and so I wonder how anyone is managing. I know in my own family, I get mad at my daughter every Friday night. She does all weekend long. Her second job is to run venues for basketball tournaments. And somehow around about summertime of last year, she started every Friday night. She's exhausted from work, and I want her to go home and get her own family organized. She starts cooking, quantity cheap food. She takes it to those tournaments because the scorekeeper hasn't eaten. And when she dug a little deeper, it turned out he hadn't eaten for 2 days. one of the refs starts to sort of fall over. Well, he hasn't eaten because he just wanted to make sure his kids eat. And on, all over that room. We're still trying to have our activities, but hunger is just popping up everywhere. So she cooks on Friday and starts feeding everybody in that gym, runs out of money, and by Sunday I'm cooking to make sure that her family doesn't go hungry, and you make enough quantity that she can then turn it into lunch for the next few days. That's happening in every family unit, all over town, all over this country. That's why we need the universality here. And for those who might have asked questions about how do you know if a school needs it? How do you know if a kid needs it? How do you decide? We've had that debate in this room a long time ago. And when you game it out, how are you going to do this if you're going to means test, if you're going to try and figure out who gets it? Well, you game it out. How are you going to apply that program and deliver it? By having a poor room. How well do we think it will be to have a poor room in every school? You're hungry, so you go in that room, and now everyone knows you're hungry and they're not. That is not a recipe for demonstrating to kids that there's a way up, that we're all going to lift up, and we're not going to leave anybody behind. That's why we deliver it the way we deliver it, and it's why we should be delivering it in every school. There are nations that do that, and everyone thinks they have a future. That's what we're asking of the other orders of government, and they're starting to be alive to the issue because surprising constituents in their constituencies are coming forward and saying, I'm hungry, my kids are hungry. They're getting live to that issue, and now is the time where we raise our voices, but we don't want to pick apart our own program, we want to build it, as this report contemplates doing. And our statements should be one voice going after that universal program that it's so clear we need now. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Through you, Speaker, I just want to acknowledge the importance of this day. About 20 years ago, I remember coming to Depute when then Councillor Olivia Chow was a children's advocate and was talking about school nutrition needs. And I was active in my local school. I became ward council chair, and we saw collectively in Davenport the need to participate and join the City of Toronto's efforts in building up and expanding this program. There was a moment where the high school students, secondary school students, were not included in the program. And working with local... Can you hold my time? Thanks. Thank you. I'm going to start again by saying that this is a really important day. You know, the City of Toronto has played a leadership role in getting the federal government here, and I think we need to recognize it. About 20 years ago, I remember coming, 20 years ago, coming to committee to Depute as a parent. Then Children's Advocate Councillor Olivia Chow was promoting this very program, and without the advocacy, the deliberate partnership building, the visibility of the impact of this initiative, and it's all over the country, there are other voices, but we did play a really important role here in the City of Toronto, and I think it's important to recognize that. There was a time when secondary school students weren't included, and I could see the impact at Oakwood Collegiate in the ward where I was ward council chair of not having high school completion, not arriving at school. If there's a student that's struggling, a great way to get them there is that they know that when they get there, there's a meal, there's something to eat. This is part of the strategy of actually getting a better workforce, happier people, healthier communities when people are completing secondary school education. This is a really important step for Canada and a really important step for the city.
We're the only OECD country that doesn't have a universal student nutrition program. There are the vast majority of countries in the world have some form of meal offered at school, even if it's a glass of milk in Guatemala. And there are countries that are far, far poorer than this one. So this is actually a step towards putting Canada in league with other countries. We have this program that we've developed here. And there are many questions over the years about how to improve it. I think this is a really good opportunity to make sure that as we're receiving money, we're looking at every element and every step of the process, the partnerships, and having a really close look at how it's run. I can tell you that when I was a member of the Toronto District School Board's Inner City Advisory Committee, we were struggling with some of the governance problems of how you actually execute in the school environment. When you have a child who hasn't eaten breakfast, maybe no dinner the night before, living in real conditions of poverty, but they didn't get permission to participate, and they're sitting beside a kid who had dinner, breakfast, has a snack, and has lunch, and is in the school nutrition program, then I think we have some challenges. And we have an opportunity to make sure that as we're expanding and deepening and rolling this thing out, that it's as equitable and highly impactful as possible, because this is one of the best interventions for increasing the health of the population and of society that any society can make. It's proven, it's time, and I really think that we should celebrate this day and should celebrate all of the people, the counselors, the public servants, and all the members of the public, all the parents in schools who volunteer, the initiatives of community-based organizations who push for this, because this is a social movement victory today. And I look forward with the Board of Health and Public Health to continuing to make this as effective and impactful as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm more than happy to be supporting the recommendations in the report that are before us today. I want to give a huge thank out to staff for all of their work on this, in particular the Medical Officer of Health for her continued advocacy on this program. I want to thank the other levels of government. For myself as a City Councillor in the East End of Scarborough, I have 5 neighbourhood improvement areas in my ward. I would like to see this program in each and every school in my ward, because I learned a long time ago that just because your school is in a neighborhood improvement area doesn't mean that you're not coming from outside of that area to go to school. I've had experiences in my ward where I've been in meetings with the school and you come across a student and you're speaking with them, and they'll come up to the principal and they'll ask, if there's anything left in the cupboards from the breakfast program, because something happened and they were late for school that day. They didn't get any breakfast at home. They didn't get any lunch. Their entire meal that day was a glass of water that they got from a cup in the kitchen, and a cookie that they might have got from one of their friends, or they're begging for food from one of their friends. So that's what's happening in our schools today. And how you can expect children to learn when they're having a glass of water and a cookie, and that's what they're surviving on while they try and get through their school day. At the high school level, I dropped my son off at his local high school. One of the teachers has a cooler outside of their classroom where they've got it stocked with drinks and some snacks and food, and it's there for any kid that wants to go by that needs a snack in the middle of the day. It's great to see the corporate support now for our breakfast programs. Breakfast Club of Canada, the Toronto branch, has an annual Christmas party at the Liberty Grand. I'm going to give a shout out to Spin Master, one of the successful corporate stories in Toronto. They have a Christmas party every year. They give toys to 1,400 children that are involved with the Breakfast Club. So, we're starting to see a lot of corporate support. Lastly, I want to give a shout out to all the volunteers that are involved in the Breakfast Club. And if people are listening to this right now and they're looking for a volunteer opportunity in their community, go to the local school. I'm always hearing seniors in my community looking for things to do, I'm like, walk right across the street to the breakfast club in the local school and help out. The teachers, the volunteers there, they always need more volunteers. So once again, I want to thank the government for the continued support for this program, and I will be supporting it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I just want to echo words of Councillor Ainsley and other councillors that have said this is a critically important initiative here, and we've got to be very, very appreciative of the buy-in from the federal government especially. But, you know, just listening to everybody talking about children, and it's very easy sometimes to get people to support programs that help children. But as we help children, what I see in the middle of Toronto every day is longer and longer lineups for food banks. I think it's disgraceful that we should basically tolerate these lineups for hungry people every day, lining up in the cold, on the street. It's humiliating. It's really something that needs some attention. And we all love supporting food banks, and there are all kinds of, you know, North York Harvest Food Bank I have. But I think we have to find a better way of dealing with the hunger that our vulnerable seniors have, our newcomers, our racialized communities, our disabled community. Every day they have to line up to eat. And that is not acceptable. Yet we look the other way and think, oh, well, it's great. Let the food banks handle. And as you know, it's much more than a food problem, especially in Toronto, when it's basically impossible for a senior to live in Toronto. You cannot live in the city of Toronto anymore if you're a senior. Your pension was a measly, what, $14,000 or something? You can't even pay half the rent anywhere in Toronto. Even geared to income, they can't afford it. So that's why every day they have to line up to eat, just like they did in the dirty 30s. And we just walk by and so, well, let them get their food, line up for their cans of beans and pasta and that. That is disgraceful. So I hope that we can also implore our federal and provincial partners to do something about this disgrace that is evident in the streets of Toronto, and I'm sure many other cities every day, where hungry people have to line up to eat. And let's not just walk by, drive by. In fact, even my own constituency office, I have to basically now ask for food bank drop-off because the food banks are running out of food. So I pick up food from my office, they come and get it, to supply food banks who are running out of food on a regular basis. So let us celebrate what we're doing for children, but let's stop this disgraceful practice of having hungry people line up for food every day in the streets of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank Toronto Public Health and city staff for working on this report. Of course, the mayor for bringing it forward. As a former school board trustee, as some of us are, we know the value of student nutrition programs in areas of need and the value, the dividends that it pays. So just doubling back on some of the issues that I brought up in questions, we have to follow the money when it comes to these corporate donations that are flowing from cash registers that say they're going to student nutrition programs locally or regionally. And we really have a tough time figuring out where those donations go and how we can distribute them equitably across the system. So I'm glad staff, as an undertaking, I'm not moving any motions, will look at that and see exactly where those monies flow. I mean, it may go to the Angel Foundation, it may go to the Toronto Foundation for Student Success. These are great organizations. There's obviously Tim Hortons, the Smart Food Choices. There's all kinds of organizations that are raising money, and all kinds of corporations that are getting money at the cash registers. Now, you've seen universality in this report throughout. And just to reiterate, that is totally different from what we're doing now. We're measuring means and need as we allocate dollars to various schools across our system. A universal program will eliminate a means test, and means everybody gets. That creates other problems, because sometimes the monies granted don't stretch far enough, and that means there still will be a situation when some schools get and some schools don't. Of course, in a federal system, the flow of money is always a problem. If the money originates from Ottawa, I would strongly recommend the city manager and the director of public health, the chief medical officer, fight vigorously that it flow strictly from Ottawa to municipalities, and we will work with our local school boards. I'm not sure why we would run it through the provinces, but often we see a situation in which provinces hold up the funds and we don't see it trickle down. It's also important to remember that sometimes these programs are warm meals, and there's specific regulations on the ability to offer warm meals within schools. And sometimes that requires a capital infusion because there are certain regulatory requirements regarding kitchens. And if a school doesn't have it, they have to have the money to be able to do that. So I meant to address that in my questions, but it's an offline discussion on schools and their need for capital in order to accept these funds if any of the programs are hot. And of course, finally, I will just wrap up by saying hunger is the main issue on why we have these programs, because of the poverty in our city, across our city. And as the host of the North York Harvest Food Bank, and we were the ones who got them a permanent home at the Herbert Carnegie Arena, we know the demand is real and the pressures is real. But it's also important to remember that these nutrition programs serve another purpose, and that is we are instilling in young people good, smart food choices. We're serving vegetables and fruits, good choices, and this is something that they will grow up in and make those smart choices as they go forward. We have an epidemic of obesity and diabetes throughout the city, throughout the country, and it's something we at the local level can do on a preventative education side to help address that. So once again, we look forward to seeing what the federal government will do in response to this. We look forward to an uptick in provincial funding. I must admit, we've passed motions like this many times over the years, and we have gotten a little bit more, but not at the level. Right now, it looks like the province is putting in about half of what the City of Toronto does. And while we're grateful for the $2.2 million in one-time federal funding, it is not near enough to meet the needs of our city and the challenges we face. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of things on this as well. You know, it's about time that there has been sort of a national recognition for a program like this, and you know, for ensuring that when kids go to school, that they have access to food and have access to nutrition. Many of us often don't, you know, you get to a point where you don't focus on this. And I think back to my own particular experience as a kid in growing up. My folks, you know, for them it was important that we always had food. So they gave up on a lot of other things, but to make sure that, you know, my sister and I and then later on my two younger brothers, always had access to food. But having lived in an area that is one of the poorer neighborhoods in the city of Toronto, I can tell you from my own experience that while I didn't want or I didn't suffer, that I didn't go to school with a lot of kids who didn't have and didn't have access. And later on, as a representative, I was often reminded, and I'm often reminded, that not everybody comes from the same family situation or from the same home that I had the opportunity to come from. I look at for example, my 14-year-old daughter, often in the morning when she, hey, Angelica, I have something to eat. No, Dad, I'm in a hurry. But I know that she'll either have some money with her to buy something, or she brings something. But not everyone else has the same opportunity. My little boy often comes home, pizza day on Friday, right? And I have the option to go on and click and say, and pay for his pizza on Friday. Or I can make him pizza so that he doesn't feel like he's eating something different than what the other kids are being served. And I do that. Moise is looking at me. I do. I make a great pizza. That's why I make him that pizza. And that's why I want him to do that. But how often have I gone to or been at an event in my own neighborhood where you give a kid a toy, and they come and say, it's the only toy I'm going to get, or the only toy I ever got was the one I got from you. Or, when we start up a breakfast program, how many kids look up and they have something there if they want it. Many of us don't get that. And I'm happy that the government has finally recognized that we've had this quilt, this patchwork of access to food for kids, throughout our city, throughout our province, and it really is a patchwork. And thankfully, we have that patchwork. Actually, this is where our mayor should get all kinds of kudos and plugs, because I remember her work back as a city councillor. And as a Metro councillor, this was a big, big issue for her. And it's because of that advocacy and because of that work that we have that kilt work of programs across our city. But you know what? Now we have a federal government that has recognized and understands that how our kids go, so too does our country. And hopefully they're bringing in some element of universality in an area
10 seconds.
That is so badly needed. So,
if I can ask, there's a lot of noise in the council chambers. Please, can you please keep it down? The audience, the staff that are in the council chambers, councillors. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I have some motions that clerks have been so helpful. I'm looking over there at those talented people, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I'll put them up there, Speaker. Thank you. Tabling those motions. There they go. Thank you. There was a report on governance of food programs and public health and the foundations and everything a number of years ago by the Board of Health and by the chair at that time. So I think given the focus here, it's a good idea to review that And the medical officer of health has said, yes, she knows of that and has that. You can dust it off and have a look. So that's one thing. Second is to review the criteria for the contracts that we have with different foundations, as well as that reporting matrix that's been sent to public health from both of the foundations, because as I pointed, I'll go back to that in a minute. Third is to table the annual report for the Toronto Foundation for Student Success for 2023 to the Board of Health, once you would have that. And second, the City Council requests the City Manager to review current governance of student nutrition-related programs. Sorry, just took it off of there, but that's fine. And related to the City's financial contribution and report to the Executive Committee. So I did mention that there is that report about the just governance, given it's very complicated, and it became very complicated after amalgamation. There's so many different inputs, and is it the best? Is it streamlined? The foundation does more than food. Are they just sending out the dollars? How are they overseeing the food? They have many different other things. So that is, and what's the role of the Board of Health in that point? What's the role of the funder? What should the funder expect? So that's important. And then the criteria for our contracts and the reporting matrix. I know I'd asked the Medical Officer of Health, how many programs at the end of the year don't make it? You know, I know Bruce School, when I was reviewing that, they ran out of money in May. So it shows that there's a food program and a breakfast or a lunch program, but it never makes it to the end of the school year. So that was something that I didn't know, and it's not something that's reported either to the Medical Officer of Health or to Toronto Public Health. And I think that's a pretty important matrix. What percentage of programs our kids are hungry from mid-May till the end of June in elementary school? I think we should know that and know how effective that funding is and what else has happened there. And sometimes it's because the parent donations haven't been as much as they needed to be. Well, I think we've heard about these programs and which schools they're in, that often the parent donations, you're scraping a few dollars together, you're trying to have some money into the pot so that you can pay for your child, but there's many poor kids in this city whose parents aren't putting money into that pot. As a matter of fact, today, I know we've paid tribute to everybody who's worked on this program, but I have to pay tribute to the many teachers. We have to know that so many teachers put their personal money in so their kids in that school won't go hungry. That is their commitment to food, and I've seen that. Or they sell poinsettias at Christmas in order to have money so kids that they teach can eat. That's the dedication of this program on the ground, in the schools, to the kids in understanding for their well-being, for their physical, mental, emotional growth, the importance of food, and of course, for their learning, the importance of food. So when this all gets set up with all these foundations, it got a little wobbly, and I think it's time to make sure that every dollar, as the biggest funder, and we've not just been the biggest funder this year, we've always been the biggest funder, always been the biggest funder of food. So how's that going? Are we getting everything that we think we should? Are we getting the reports we think we should? Are those dollars getting where they need to go? How do we expand it? How do we help? And that's why I think it's important for this program that the foundations, that we send the money, well, we send it all to the Toronto Foundation and they then give it to the Angel Foundation. But that, what's their annual report? Remember, I didn't get my motions up right away, Speaker, so thank you. And lastly, I'd like to review the governance, the city manager to look at the governance there. Should we have a councillor on the board? Should that board not have somebody directly from Toronto Public Health to oversee how that's being run? So those are all really important questions. I didn't have a chance to thank the mayor for her role for many years ago fighting for this and instituting this, and it's such an exciting day for all of us, but in particular for you, Madam Mayor, in seeing this day. Thank you.
We can put the motions on the screen, please, and we're ready to vote. Okay, we have Councillor Morley's motion on the screen. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Councillor Fletcher's motion, we'll put it on the screen. There it is. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Is that it? Item is amended. Let's have a recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, your vote, please. Councillor Pasternak. Speaker, the item as amended carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. At this time, do we have any quick releases? Because I believe we want to finish in 2 days, right? Okay. All right. Any quick releases? Councillor Cole.
It's my pleasure to release CC 17.5, 151 and 161, 181, Moolock Avenue and Lloyd Avenue, Ontario Land Tribunal Housing, right next to International Cheese. So I'd like to release that.
Okay, so as far as CC 17.5, I held that down because I have an amendment.
Well, release it then.
No, I know. I know, but you didn't realize I mentioned to you. But I have the amendment. If the staff has the amendment, we can release it.
Amend it and release it.
Yeah. And then you're releasing 6? Which other ones are you releasing?
No, it was just the address. You just read the address.
Okay.
International Cheese, I'm releasing.
All right. Got your mic on. So on CC 17.5, I know I have the amendment that was drafted up by legal staff. There it is. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
I would
Quickly.
Oops.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to release the civic appointment items. I'm just calling them up on my computer.
Yeah. So that's the one that you added on?
Yes, right. So can I?
Okay, so we'll put it on the screen.
CA 15.1.
Yeah, okay, so Councillor Cheng, you're releasing that?
Yes.
On favor? Show of hands, opposed if any, carried.
And then CA 15.2.
CA 15.2, it's on the screen. On favor? Carried.
And 15.3.
Okay, it's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to release PH 11.6, improvements to the sign bylaw amendment and sign variance process.
Councillor Perks is releasing PH 11.6. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried.
This is a huge improvement.
Any more, Councillor Perks?
No, that's
it?
it for now.
Okay.
I'm still working.
All right. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release IE 12.4, Cycling Network Plan 2024. So I'll continue to hold that then.
All right. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. DM 17.1, a heritage matter, 374, 376, and 378 Yonge Street. Want to defer that till next month, please? Probably again next month.
Okay, which item is that again?
I'm going to keep doing it.
Maybe the item number.
The item number, DM 17.1. Probably going to,
Riding that horse till it drops.
probably.
So you're releasing that?
No, I'm deferring it.
Oh, you're deferring it. So DM 17.1, which is 374, 76, 78 Yonge Street. Councillor Sachs is deferring the item. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried.
I don't
Thank
want to deal
you.
with it until zoning's ready.
Guess that's it. We do have, we'll do that before lunch, members' motion that, to introduce. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a motion. Deputy Mayor Malik. Deputy Mayor Malik.
What am I doing? Yes, I have a motion without notice, and the reason for urgency is that the city is currently producing Doors Open, and the organizers of Pride Toronto have some immediate deadlines to meet, which we want to be able to support.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Perks.
I would like to add member's motion reopening and amending MM 14.15 King Street West Water Main and Track Renewal Bus and Streetcar Rerouting along Queen Street West, temporary adjustments to parking regulations.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, this is a motion to ask for a commemorative tree and bench program review. Thank you.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Any more? Is that it? Yeah. Okay, members, we'll recess for lunch. We're back at 2 o'clock. Members of council, if you can please take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Councillor Myers, you have an announcement to make.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Speaker. I'm rising today to briefly tell council about a park improvement project at Whitehaven Public School in my ward. Towards the end of the school year in 2023, I visited Whitehaven Public School and was asked by the students to help improve their park. This project had limiting funding given the availability of Section 37 or Section 42 funds in my ward. However, we got the students involved in the process of brainstorming ideas for the park that was unique, cost-effective, and something they would always remember having been a part of. I'm proud to see the efforts of the students along with the city staff come to fruition with the new park opening in September for the new school year. I would like to congratulate the students at Whitehaven Public School for getting involved and learning firsthand about the importance of getting involved in your city and also that your ideas and your voice matters. I would also like to thank Paul Brown, Goran Mitrevsky, Tara Congram, Kevin Casey, Sean Page, Scott Chislett, Brian Stewart, Blair Rolveld, Donna Kovech, and Kyle Moffat. This was a team of city staff who not only worked so hard on this project, but also managed to do so without using Section 37 funding, which can instead be used for other projects in my ward. Thank you again, and I look forward to seeing this park open in the fall.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have an announcement too?
Thank you, Speaker. It's with giddy excitement that I wanted to draw members' attention to the fact that in about 15 minutes, round 11 of the World Candidates Chess Tournament and the World Women Candidate Chess Tournament will start at Hart House. This is the most important chess tournament on the year's calendar. I'm having a hard time keeping my attention here watching. Congratulations to and good luck to all the players in both the candidates and the women's candidates. This is the most prestigious chess tournament ever hosted in the city of Toronto.
Wow. Thank you. Members, before the recess, I reviewed an urgent motion without notice to be added to the agenda. Okay, there it is. It's moved by myself, second by Councillor Cole. It's on a business that's operating in my ward without a license. On favor? Carried. Are there any release opposed at this time? The city clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Moyes will request to reconsider item 12.7. Councillor Moyes is not here, but do we have any releases? Councillor Myers, do you have a release? Just one sec, please. There you go.
I just have a quick release on EX 13.9 and delete the executive committee's recommendation and adopt instead the following. City Council. You don't even know what it, okay, you want to, I'll hold it then. Okay. Thank you.
So Councillor Holliday still wants to hold the item down. Do we have any? Come on, please put some up. Oh, good. Okay, come on. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. I just opened up my iPad, so I am trying to remember the numbers. So there's CC 17.10, 1366 Yonge Street, and I have an amendment.
1366 Yonge Street.
Yeah, and I believe the clerk has the amendment.
Are you releasing it?
Indeed, yeah. With
Okay,
an amendment.
Councillor Matlow's releasing CC 17.10. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried.
And I just want to bring it to
Okay, I
Councillor-
can't hear you because you're not speaking in the mic.
I want to bring my...
Okay, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to bring this to my attention.
Okay,
to the-
just one sec. Councillor Matlow, please look at me. I can't hear you.
I'm bringing this to the attention
Okay,
of my
okay.
colleague.
So, Councillor Matlow, on that, going back to CC 17.10, so it's an amendment to your item, correct? Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor Matlow, all in favor, carried. Okay, and then go ahead, item is amended, on favor, carried. Just one sec, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Then the other item is one that I worked on with my colleague, Councillor Bravo, which is TE 12.36 with an amendment.
Road and intersection safety review?
Yes.
Okay, and you have the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, we'll put it on the screen.
Thank you.
There it is on the screen by Councillor Matlow. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item, hold on, I'm not finished. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Moyes, it's my understanding that you want to request to reconsider item T 12.7.
That's correct, Madam Speaker. I'd like to reopen the item, and I do have an amendment as well.
Okay, to reopen the item T 12.7 by Councillor Moyes, on favor, show of hands, carried. Does this, okay, the amendment's on the screen? No? Oh, that's the opening, okay. So we'll put the amendment, there's the amendment on the screen now by Councillor Moyes. On the amendment, on favor, show of hands. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Do we have any more quick releases? Okay, so members, before the recess council completed its consideration of the mayor's first key item, EX 13.1, we will now go to our next timed item, which is IE 12.1, post-transition of the Blue Box program to be extended. And so we're at that item now. If members of council have questions to staff, if you can put your name on the screen. No questions? Okay, yeah, so we're going to the IE 11.2, which was a deferred item, which is increase in penalty amounts for parking offenses. So we're going to deal with that now. IE 11.2. We're going to be dealing with that. Yes. Yes, that. Councillor McKelvey put that through this morning. Okay. So we're at IE 11.2, which is the deferred items for increase in penalty amounts. Point of order, Councillor Matlow.
And I look to Chair McKelvey and anyone else who has an interest in the issue. We've been working with staff on a potential contribution to it. We haven't resolved whether or not it'll work yet. Does it matter if we do this item right now, or can we hold this down and do something else first, just to give a little more time to work on that? Does it matter?
Councillor McKelvey moved this morning that we deal with this after the mayor's key item. Yeah, I know. So, Councillor McKelvey?
So, I think the issue was EPR. There was a motion that is being there. How much more time do you need? Although there are questions on that, so that can probably give us the time to complete that motion, so we can move to EPR. But we will be dealing with parking fines today.
So what are we going to... Oh, no, I don't know. We're going back and forth here. Okay, so let's go back to IE 12.2. Sorry, at 12.1, yes. Yes, thank you, John. Questions of staff? Are we good now, Speaker? Yes, we're good. Questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher.
I just have some questions now about, I understand that, I don't know if this is in private or not, tell me, is there anything here that may be confidential that we're going to be discussing? I guess I'm asking you, Mr. Kelvin.
Through the chair to council, it depends on your line of questioning.
What would be confidential? Cost, price?
Yes.
All of that?
Correct.
Our costs currently, any of that?
No, our costs are open for discussion. The costs would just be the ones that are included within the confidential attachment.
Sorry, now, those mics are really hard to hear from today along that area, by the way.
I can't hear it.
Nobody can hear those mics today.
So, Councillor, would just be the costs that are included in the confidential attachment would be the confidential items we can't discuss.
So the sale cost, basically?
Correct.
And anything we want to talk about around the sale cost, would we have to go to private to discuss that?
Correct.
So just in the fleet, there are quite a few of our fleet that are they standalone recycling trucks that look after only recycling, or do they also pick up green bin and also pick up just garbage?
Through the chair, they collect all the materials.
They collect all materials. So what's our total fleet?
So our total fleet right now is around 180, 85 of the collection vehicles.
185, and that will be, that's all the trucks, and they do everything.
That is all of the curbside collection vehicles.
All the
Correct.
curbside collection
Yeah, that would
vehicles,
be
185.
Correct.
And anticipated, so what would the number be then if we are not picking the blue bin up?
So through the chair to councillor, approximately 160 vehicles.
Sorry?
Around 160.
160 vehicles that will be picking everything up after that.
Correct.
So there's only 25 vehicles that would be standalone for blue bin.
Plus or minus, yes.
Plus or minus.
So they're not standalone for blue bin. They'd be used for garbage and organics. It's just in 2026, we wouldn't need around 25 vehicles that we currently have. And what we will do, and we've been planning for that with fleet, is looking at our purchase plan and our capital asset allocation to make sure we wind down those so we're not stuck with 25 extra vehicles in 2026.
But you have no plans to sell them?
So through the chair to council, we have a standard disposition process with fleet. After between 5 and 7 years, we sell the fleet. So what we have right now is a work plan to get to the appropriate number of vehicles in 2026. selling our oldest ones first as they come up for renewal, and then not renewing as
And
required.
2026 is the contract renewal.
Correct.
So what's the value of purchasing 25 trucks?
So right now, the price of a truck is around $600,000, plus or minus.
$600K. And what would you expect to get from those, or is that an in-camera?
So that is dependent on the auction and the asset themselves. I can't give you a rough estimate right now.
Just a rough. You're
I don't
selling them
have
for
that.
100,000, you're giving them away 200, 300?
No, it would likely be in the 50,000 plus
Okay,
or minus.
50,000.
And I
So
can,
deeply discounted, let's call it that.
yes, they're at the end of their useful
So in
life.
2026, we might be out 25 trucks, 600, so that's 13-something million if they needed to be replaced in 2026 for any other purpose. For
So,
the
so
total pickup.
through the chair, if we were continuing in the Blue Box program,
Okay.
we would replace those trucks. If
Okay.
we're not, we don't
I
need
got
to
it.
replace them.
And for the curbside, not curbside, but parks, particularly now for the recyclables, because ours is a very integrated program where we have pickup on main streets and other streets. So how are they going to pick up their recyclables from those bins?
So through the chair to council, that's still something that we are working with the producer groups on. They have not indicated if they are going to put out a request for proposal for that work, or if they're going to directly negotiate with the city. We don't know at this point.
Okay, and last question is the contamination rate. They're going to a very low rate. I think I read 4%, and we have a much higher one. What's going to happen to the rest of those pieces of whatever that people thought they were recycling? Where will those be going, and who will be taking them?
So through the chair to council, you're correct. Our rate right now is around 30% contamination. The aspirational goal is 4% for the producers. I don't believe that they're going to get there. If the materials do go to the proper streams, it will go into the garbage, which we would collect normally.
So we
That was your last question.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. One of the things I struggle with on this issue is we have a whole variety of different collection services. Some of them are blue box, some of them are garbage, some are parks, some are the small commercial. How many different services do we either directly deliver or contract with someone to deliver that involves collecting stuff and sending it to transfer or landfill or a MRF?
So through the chair to the councillor, we collect in-house through Districts 3 and Districts 4. Districts 1 and 2 curbside are done through contract. Citywide front-end collection, so the big bins, are done through a private contractor.
And what about, I'm sorry, forgive me, I've lost the status of what happens for the small business collections at night on main streets.
So they're done by city staff.
By staff?
Yeah.
Now, there are a set of interrelated things that you have to do as you add or subtract one of the other services. They have some things in common. Am I correct about that?
Correct.
Okay, so in the development of this report, the thing that I haven't seen is what impact does making the decision, making this decision have on our flexibility about other decisions we might want to make, contracting services in or out? Are we provided that information in this report?
So through the chair to councillors, ultimately our flexibility would be that we would be down approximately 20 vehicles if and when there was a condition for us to use those vehicles. If we had additional downtime with our existing fleet, now we don't have those 20 vehicles. If there was a storm that we had to go service additional areas of the city, some of that flexibility may be there because we don't have 20 vehicles, but in terms of the overall service delivery across the city, it will not be impacted by
I'm not asking about today. I'm asking about, we're in the next several years going to have to make a decision about tendering some of the districts or about whatever. Well, I'm just wondering, is it described in this report or somewhere that I can go look whether this decision forecloses options when those other decisions come? Do we have an overall master plan about how many trucks we might need, how many yards we might need, how many MRFs we might need? Do we have an overall plan for that?
Through the chair, yes, we do. And this does not augment our overall plan. It's ultimately, as mentioned, 20 vehicles in the fleet. We will still collect in Districts 3 and Districts 4 with city staff. Districts 2, according to the recommendations in the report, will be contracted again. District 1 is already contracted. So there's no real adjustments in terms of less transfer station requirements right now because of any changes in the Blue Bin program. It's not, as your question pertains to, it's not specifically outlined in this report that there won't be any major changes to our network, but we can definitely follow up with that with our long-term strategy.
But council couldn't make decisions to, say, contract District 2 in.
So the report, through the chair to council, the report specifically outlines the challenges that we would have trying to bring District 2 in-house. The timeline to bring it in is approximately 5 years, which, as you may know, the contract for that work expires in less than 2. So just the timelines to bring that work in-house does not give us enough time to actually bring it in this round of
And those timelines are constrained because
Correct.
of the availability of vehicles and transfer.
The timelines
So every
are,
time we make a decision to reduce our vehicles and transfer, our capacity to make decisions about contracting in is diminished.
So through the chair, the biggest impediment in bringing District 2 in-house is our ability to have a yard to store an additional 100 collection vehicles and fuel them and have the proper infrastructure for staff. That right now is the impediment to bringing District 2 in-house.
Right, I think we're talking past each other a little bit. On a different topic.
Last question.
Thank you. Do we have numbers, and if we do, could you provide them, on what the contamination rates are in the privately collected and in the publicly collected?
So, Councillor, I don't have those right at my fingertips, but
could you get them before we vote today?
I can see what we can do, Councillor. It is one of the pieces that was in an older update to Council, and our recommendation we have is to provide an updated report on all those metrics early next year. So it will definitely be in that report. I can see if we can get those contamination rates by district before the vote is made.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. And I guess I'm just building on my colleagues' questions. And I'd like to hear just a little bit more about what happens to the city's public blue box program once this system takes over. And will we lose all capacity to return to recycling pickup in the city's authority in the future?
So through the chair to council, what will happen in 2026 is that the City of Toronto and all municipalities, regions within the province of Ontario will not be responsible to collect blue bin materials. That will be the sole responsibility of producers. And with that, as mentioned, because we are no longer providing recycling service across the city, we will look to reduce our fleet by approximately 20 to 25 vehicles. To get back into the recycling game would require likely a change in provincial regulations and or the producers seeking the city to provide that service after the term of this contract that they've put to market expires.
And can you share with us a little bit more, I guess, just in terms of the steps or the recourse that we have if the private system does not live up to the city's own standards?
Through the chair to council, there is not much in terms of recourse that we have. If the standard of service is less than what residents are typically used to when it moves over to the producers in 2026.
So there's no parameters about what the expectation should be, and there's no accountability mechanism for the new system?
So through the chair to council, the accountability mechanism would be in the contract that would be signed by the service provider and the producer group, not between the city in that regard.
Okay, is that something that's being looked at to address?
Through the chair, that's not something that we have within our authorities. That's within the provincial regulations and a contract between the producers and their contract service provider. But it is something that we can definitely advocate for when we talk to the producers, when we talk to members of the provincial government and their staff, that mechanism should be in place in terms of customer complaints and issues where maybe we could have a greater sense of or level of accountability.
And which other jurisdictions do we know about that have a similar program to what's being proposed?
So,
where the municipality is so removed?
Right now, through the chair to the council, British Columbia is in a full extended producer responsibility model, which is very similar to the model that we will be in 2026.
And has the city looked closely at what that experience has been and whether it's acceptable to the city, to cities like ours there?
So through the chair to council, we are in contact with municipalities in British Columbia. We can definitely follow up and see their metrics before and after extended producer responsibility to determine if they receive more complaints or less with the new service.
And how do you anticipate using that information to inform our choices at the City of Toronto?
So through the council, through the chair to council, we do not have a decision on being in the Blue Box program or not. It's a requirement through provincial regulations, but what we do have the ability to do is advocate to the province to strengthen the regulations and strengthen the accountability, and that's something that we will work with other municipalities in Ontario and pull together that information through AMO and other organizations, but also reach out to other jurisdictions that have EPR and get some of their best practices on advocating for that position as well.
And I've understood from what has been shared that there is actually little known about the producer's approach to establishing a public space recycling collection system. When will we know more about this? And how is the city being informed about any of its authority rights or even just its relationship to the program?
Through the chair to council, we have yet to receive any timelines or directions from Circular Materials or the producer groups on their plans for a public space at this time.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Ainsley, questions.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask about 311 reporting. And how do you foresee that rolling out? So if I have a problem with my recycling bin under the new program, do I call 311 still, or am I calling something the proponent has set up? How's that working?
So through the council, or through the chair to council, that's one of the recommendations before committee or council right now is the ability to work on a service provision between 311 and solid waste and the producer groups, so that when the resident has a potential issue, whether it's a bin repair or a miscollection, they can seamlessly call 311. And 311, because some of our integration abilities, we are able to share that information with the new collection operator and make sure that that information is passed on, that the service requests are done and then closed off. One of the challenges is that if the service provider or the producers don't want the city to provide that service, they would have to set up their own call center, and that would be quite a big change management process for everybody who's used to calling 311 for any waste-related issues. That's outlined in the supplemental report and confidential attachment, the staff's position on that.
Okay, so hypothetically speaking, 2026, I have a problem with my recycling bin or it doesn't get picked up. I'm going to call 311, and I'll be redirected to whoever's picking up the recycling.
So through the chair to the councillor, there's a few potentials there. So one would be that the resident would call 311. That would be logged into the system. The collection operator would have access to that information, be able to see any of those service requests and close them off. Very similar to what we have today with our current contractor. And again, that's all predicated on getting council direction to negotiate providing 311 to the service provider and the producers. It also is dependent on the producers wanting to use 311. They may choose to go a different route, maybe have a provincial-wide number that they would use. I'm not quite sure how they would set their system up. I think from a smooth transition and a customer service perspective, continuing to use 311 to document any issues with Blue Box and us transmitting that information over to the collector will keep better customer service relations than simply if somebody called 311 to say, please call 1-800 circular materials. I don't think that would be a good handoff from a customer service perspective, but again, that is detailed in the report.
Okay, and is there an expectation, so if we keep the 311 reporting in-house and there's that connection with whoever's collecting the blue bin, is there an expectation they'll be subsidizing the 311 portion of that, or is that just something that we're going to have to bear that cost?
Through the chair to council, that is something that we'd be looking for financial compensation for, and the negotiated position on that is within the confidential attachment, but we would look to receive funding for that and not do it for free.
Okay, and then my next question is more, so if the collection agency, whatever you want to call them, they buy all of our bins. Are the bins still going to have the City of Toronto logo on them? I'm just thinking if my bin's being picked up with the City of Toronto logo and I'm calling 1-800 MRF to come and pick up because my recycling didn't get picked up, people are going to have a lot of confusion.
Through the chair, that is detailed in the confidential attachment to the report on stickering or not stickering over the City of Toronto labels on the bins. So there's a potential for both scenarios, and we will do as directed by council.
All right, I will review the confidential report again. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mantis, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to ask all three questions all at once, and then you can just answer the way that you would like. 2026 is approaching. Let's say we are heading into bringing in-house a certain district. Yes.
Can you please
Is that better?
speak through the chair? Like, speak through the chair.
Madam Speaker.
Not, I don't want to see your back. I want to see your face.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
I understand, because I was speaking to the gentleman. Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. We're approaching 2026, and we're deciding that we are going to be bringing certain services in-house. Do we have the capacity to be able to allocate the equipment that we need and also the space that would be needed as an infrastructure for that endeavor?
Through the chair to council, no, we do not have the space at this point in time.
Would we be able to, I guess, be in the process of finding that space to be able to achieve that goal?
Through the speaker to council, we do not have enough time to locate space for an expanded yard and have all the required infrastructure in place to bring District 2 in-house when the current contract expires in 2026.
Okay. Are we going to be able to have the same service standard that we have currently, if not exceeding, after 2026 with the implementation of the new regulations?
Through the chair to council, it's our hope and expectations that the service level will be kept the same as residents are used to. But again, now that the system is managed by the producers, they have a contract with service providers to do that work. We honestly don't know at this point in time. We do know that from a service delivery standpoint, if your collection day is a Tuesday, it will be maintained as a Tuesday. So from that front, we know that that service level will be maintained.
And is the collection still going to be, I guess the collection will be provided, is it going to be the same provider that will be doing the collection?
So through the council, through the chair to council, that details have yet to be made public.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, can you give us kind of a reminder of how we got here and the role that the provincial government has played and the conditions that have been set to bring this forward?
So through the chair to council, the provincial government, through regulation, enacted extended producer responsibility in the province. And there's a transition phase from 2023 until 2026. And in that 2.5-year transition, municipalities are slowly coming on to the full extended producer responsibility model, so that in 2026, all municipalities are on the system. Right now, the City of Toronto was the first municipality to be part of EPR in July 1st of 2023, and we have been providing that service to the contractor, or as the contractor for circular materials. And over that 2.5 years, we have that contract and working relationship for collections, promotions, education, and our transfer station and haulage. In 2026, the decisions right now that have been put forward by Circular Materials is that they have and will contract out the blue box collection for the entire City of Toronto. We were not successful in that process. It was very risky for the City of Toronto to get into that based on some of the terms and conditions. So we are out of blue box collections for all 4 districts. We're currently waiting to see if we are a selected proponent for our transfer stations. We submitted a bid early 2024, and we're hopeful that we will be notified within the next month if we were successful on the transfer station network piece. The one big question that is yet to be answered is what's going to happen with the public realm, the litter bins, and we're still waiting for Circular Materials, the producer groups, to give us a path forward on that, and we'll update council accordingly.
So I'll pick up on some of the themes of my colleagues. What happens if things don't go right with this process? And I'm thinking especially now of the World Cup coming and the likelihood that we'll have an increased need for recycling with this major event coming to the City of Toronto.
So through the chair to council, the provisions of curbside collection will be done by the producers in 2026. That's something that we will make sure that the World Cup district area is looked at very closely. When it comes to the litter bins themselves, as you know, there's multiple components to that, from the garbage to the blue bin side of things. Again, we will make sure that there is no operational impacts that happen to the city to make our reputation look bad in terms of cleanliness. We will have full forces out there collecting whatever needs to be collected during World Cup, regardless of really whose responsibility it is. We'll deal with that later. The hope is that we do retain the recycling work or the recycling collection work for the litter bins, but again, we still don't know that information. It hasn't been shared with us from the producers what their path forward is on that.
And for my last question, can you describe the kind of safeguards that you have put in place or that you're envisioning so that we are confident that there is a way to handle this situation if there are things that don't go according to plan in this situation transition?
So through the chair to council, with regards to the impact of World Cup and the cleanliness.
So I meant the whole the whole piece? Like what, if there's any challenges with this, can you describe any safeguards that you're envisioning to make sure that we're not in a situation of challenges such as other councillors have been asking about? Just like.
So through the chair to council, I think the biggest safeguard would be having a very reputable collection operator with lots of equipment, people, assets, and experience to be awarded the contract for the city for curbside recycling collection. That would be a very good news, I think, for everybody to know that it's a very well-respected business with a long history. And from the public realm side of the business, again, we don't know if we're going to be in that business or not. And if we are not, we are very hopeful that, again, it's a very reputable company that has a lot of assets and individuals to make sure that work can be done.
Thank you.
Councillor McKelvie, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask about 311, and do we know yet who will be responding to customer service complaints going forward?
Through the chair, no, we don't.
And if that is us, is it possible for us to ensure that any scripts say this is now managed by Circular Material Inc., and if we're, or whatever their name is, and if we are giving customer service numbers, could we look into giving them a unique identifier that makes that clear to the public?
So through the chair, we can definitely work with our friends and colleagues in 311 to make sure that the script aligns with who's responsible for what. I'd have to turn it over to Gary to see about the technical ability to adjust any service request number to highlight that it is a producer service request and not a City of Toronto request.
Okay.
Through the chair, yes, we can. We'll do a child and parent ticket. We have a unique identifier, so we'll make sure they're completely separate but also linked, so we understand the trends and nuances.
Okay. And is it likely that even with a new service provider, if they set up their own, are people still going to call us at 311?
Yes.
So should we be paid and reimbursed for those phone calls we're going to receive?
Yes.
Okay. And then on that, for 311, information sharing so that the public knows in 2 years who's providing this. Do we have the ability to send out in the solid waste bill information that this service is now provided by Circular Materials and anything else the customer needs to know? Can we also do our part to make sure that the public know who's now responsible for this service?
Through the chair, yes, we will make sure that that's well known.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can please have members of council to keep it down, please. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Crisanti.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here. Just 1 sec. Yeah, thank you so much, Speaker. So the transition begins, phase 1 begins July 1st, 2023. Is that correct? Nothing happens sooner?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so, I'm a homeowner up in Etobicoke, and will we notice any difference anywhere across the city in the very first pickup?
So through the chair to the council, the transition has already happened in July or on July 1st. So it's good news that you don't have questions or concerns about the pickup and how seamless it was because it already took place.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I misread this. Okay. All right. So, so that's good. So now, so moving forward, the bins we're currently using, we're still using them. Is there any reason to change them at some point?
Through the chair to council, that is currently identified within the confidential attachment. The city has the ability to sell those assets to the producer group. and/or not sell them. Staff's position would be that in order to maintain a seamless transition in 2026, that we sell them to the producer groups or the producer group in order to provide that seamless service and to mitigate the need to drop off brand new blue bins at the same time as the city would be taking back around 520,000 of our blue bins. It will save both organizations quite a substantial sum to negotiate a sale of those assets.
Okay, that's quite a large undertaking. Okay, I think the question about service standards was asked, and I was satisfied with the answer. So thank you very much. I'm good.
Thank you. Councillor Coe, questions?
Yeah, I quite don't understand. Why did this come about? I mean, it was the existing recycling program that we were part of, doing it in-house. Was it not working to provincial standards? Why did we have to have this intervention?
So through the chair to council, one of the principles with extended producer responsibility is that it moves the cost of managing the blue bin materials away from the resident and over to the producers of those materials. And by doing so, it's envisioned that the producers will put less paper, less plastics, and less materials in the products they sell, because now they're responsible to collect it and process it and manage those materials. And so that's where this policy, generally derived from and has been implemented across Europe and across a number of jurisdictions in North America, and it's made its way to Ontario in that regard.
Okay, so now the Costco's of this world are going to be running the Blue Box program, right?
Through the chair, Costco would be a member of the producer group, so they would pay into the system to have their products managed.
Will we have to buy a membership to Costco to have the Blue Box picked up?
I certainly hope not.
Now, the other thing is, so then, therefore, if there's more onus on the producers of the packaging, like Costco, will there be a savings to the Toronto residents and taxpayers because the producers now have more responsibility?
Through the chair to council, yes, there will be a cost avoidance in that we do not have to subsidize the blue bin program. However, when we look at our long-term financial stability and our rate projections, due to inflation being where it was the past couple of years and our rates coming in much lower at 3% for the past number of years, a lot of those efficiencies have been driven into our capital program versus increasing our rates. So the cost avoidance has been used within our financial projections at this time.
In Canadian Tire English, what does that mean? Do we save money in Toronto as taxpayers?
Through the chair to council, we save money, but you don't see it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thanks to the GM, Solid Waste. Recommendation number 7 appears to have been added at the committee. It gives you a whole bunch of negotiating powers for various agreements to deal with dealing with non-eligible materials going forward. It actually doesn't have a time frame. Can you explain to me what your plan was after 2026 and why this is here before us? It wasn't in the report.
Through the chair to council, part of the blue bin program is you'll have the ineligible and eligible materials. All the eligible materials, the materials that would be in front of a house, are covered, but some materials will not be, like the business materials.
Got it.
So there's two ways we can go about that. We could put out a competitive tender to see what price we may be able to achieve in the market. The challenge with that is that the space currently in the MRFs is very limited, and there will be a challenge to find that space. As identified in the supplemental report, we have been provided a price right now that is much more competitive than the current market price if we decide to go down that road. And that's one of the pieces within the report that helps mitigate some of the risk in 2026.
Sorry, which report?
So there's
the first or the supplemental?
The supplemental report.
And so does that supplemental speak to the non-eligible services?
Through the chair to council, it identifies the ineligible materials and the dollar savings that we would achieve by directly negotiating with the price that we've been provided right now by a service provider. And again, we could always go out to market and see if that price may be better.
So is that what 7 is providing? Because it wasn't in your report. It was added at committee, I think. So that's why I'm just a little confused on why it's here, because we're giving you a whole bunch of authority you didn't ask for.
So council, I just have to bring that recommendation up.
Okay, let me ask you something else, though. It's a little different while you pull that up. Recommendation number 9 from the committee expresses council's commitment regarding staff and their positions impacted. Can you tell me what the collective agreement requires the city to do if staff are impacted? And can you tell me whether or not recommendation 9 is perfectly aligned with what we're required to do or offers more? And if we're offering more, why are we doing that? I mean, we've got a collective agreement.
Through the chair to council, I'd have to defer that to our labor relations folks.
Through the speaker, paragraph 9 as written does technically exceed the requirements of the collective agreement. Currently, the requirements are guaranteed redeployment for those with approximately 15 years of service.
Okay, so this particular motion proposes to exceed the requirements of the collective agreement.
Through the speaker, as written, yes, it does exceed the requirements.
Okay. Mr. Kelleher, back to that number 7. I want to be really clear on this because it wasn't in the report. Where did I think number 7 was added at the committee. I just need to understand what it's giving you and why, because there's no explanation here.
So through the chair to council, or to the council, that was a motion made by a councillor to provide that.
So what do you plan to do with this power if we give it to you to negotiate a whole, it could be a variety of agreements. I'm assuming that includes outsource or insource, but maybe you read it differently. I just need to know what's here.
So through the chair to council, it's generally for the provision of the ineligible,
yes,
processing of the ineligible, which we have subsequently been able to achieve a very competitive price for. And again, on these matters, as you will see with most of our reports when we're given this authority, we do come back to council with an update prior to entering into agreements, very similar to the authorities that we were provided to enter into and negotiate the blue bin sales. We are updating council today on the price before we execute any agreements on
So you don't need it. You've got provisions in place to deal with these materials. So this is extra.
So through the chair, we currently do not have a contract for 2026 for the provision of managing the blue box materials that we collect.
So do you need that? Do you need number 7?
That was your last question.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Pruitt's questions.
He's shoveling you under. Yeah, I guess, so my question is this. For me, this is a sad day because, I saw this early on when it was first brought up as an opportunity to finally have a toehold in a business here in Toronto and across Ontario where one could actually make money. The public sector could actually make some money, through curbside collection. Is that true?
Through the chair to councillor, we do not make money providing this service.
No, I know we don't. I know we don't make money, but this new system that's being implemented, correct? You didn't see this as an opportunity where if we stayed in the business, we could make some money?
Through the chair to council, potentially depending on our price structure and the risk reward of being part of that system, which, as we outlined to council,
So I'm
was not in
assuming the
best
answer to
interest.
that is.
Councillor, please allow the staff to answer.
No, I know, but that's a complicated answer.
No, it's not, not for him.
Sure, let him have it, sure.
Through the chair to the councillor, the risk and rewards of being in the business did not lend itself to us being in Blue Box collection, and therefore that potential ability to generate revenue was a moot point.
All right. In your view, what's the value of this potentially going forward across Ontario? Across Toronto and the GTA? Let's keep it smaller. What's the value of this work? More or less.
Through the chair to the council.
No.
The Blue Box program is within the hundreds of millions
Are
of
you
dollars.
speaking to the mayor or to the staff?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to say that we're talking in general terms about what the value of collecting Blue Box materials across the city of Toronto, across the GTA. The answer was hundreds of millions of dollars. It's probably in the billions of dollars, but correct? In the billions of dollars.
Long term.
How many companies are going to be left standing here bidding for that work?
Through the chair, I can't answer that question. I do
3,
not know.
4, 2, 5? How
could-
many are here now? How many companies usually bid for our work for this?
Through the chair, there's usually anywhere between 3 and 6 proponents that generally bid on our work.
And given the scope of this, that in terms of how it's opening up, both in the city, GTA, and provincially, how many companies will be left standing to be able to bid for this work, for these billions of dollars worth of work?
Through the chair, again, I can't estimate the number. There's existing companies, and there will likely be some new companies that sprout up to take advantage of some of this.
Exactly. Let me ask you another question. This one I've never asked before, and I didn't know the answer to. Are there other municipalities that currently have collection systems as it relates to the Blue Box, to recycling materials?
Through the chair, my understanding is most, if not all, municipalities have a Blue Box program in Ontario.
No, they have a Blue Box, that was in the question. Whether they themselves are actively in the business, or whether they have the employees, the trucks, the yards, the bins to do the work.
Through the chair, to the best of my knowledge, no other municipality has stepped forward to do this work in 2026.
All right. So no other municipality actually directly collects their own recycled material. They all contract them out to somebody.
There's 2 questions there, Councillor. Currently, we have a service provider in District 1 and 2 that collects our recycling, and staff collect it in 3 and 4.
We do it in east of Yonge Street.
Right.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So in 2026, from my understanding, no other municipality will be doing this work with in-house staff. It will all be contracted through the producer groups.
Okay. But are there any municipalities who have in-house staff currently, before the program, that actually collect recyclable materials?
So we do for sure.
Does Vaughan have?
I don't know the landscape, but most of them had contracted out services.
So most of them. So you're not aware of any that have in-house service like we have east of Yonge Street?
Okay, that was your last question. Councillor Candeval, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to go in camera. I believe clerks are preparing the motion. Okay. No, I know, I understand.
Point of order, can we confirm there's no more public questions first?
Anybody have any public questions? Because if we go on camera, just be limited to camera, and then we're coming up for speakers. No, but does anybody have any further public questions? Well, Councillor McKelvey has asked that question. In the future, if a councillor is asking to go on camera, they have to give enough notice to the clerk and not just get up when your name's called. Okay, Councillor Candeval, if you can read it.
Yeah, no problem. That council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider item IE 12.1 post-transition of the Blue Box program to extended producer responsibility and results of District 2 service delivery options review. All of it? Okay, no problem. Reason for confidential information, labor relations or employee negotiations, and commercial or financial information that belongs to the city and has potential monetary impacts, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the City of Toronto.
On favor? Carried. So I'd have to ask everyone in the council chambers to vacate, except for the staff that are on this item.
Madam Speaker, before you resume the session, I just want to advise you and council that the confidential attachment to the mayor's motion that was advanced circulated on this item has now been revised and updated on CMP.
Thank you. Yes, just one sec, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, so this meeting is back in open session. I will now call this meeting to order. City Council has completed its closed session consideration of item IE 12.1, post-transition of the Blue Box program to extend the producer responsibility and results of District 2 service delivery options review. No motions were placed in the closed session. We will now proceed with the public debate, but before we do that, Councillor Fletcher would like to release an item, so this way staff don't need to stay in the council chambers. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker, and I so much appreciate that. And it's PH 11.7, Progress Update on Toronto Community Housing Corporation's TCHC Tenant Advisory Committee, and I'm deferring that till the May meeting of council, and the staff have that. And that is in particular so that Mr. Baird, who is our new CEO, sitting here, please stand up, and everybody, our fantastic new CEO from TCHC, is able to go back and do that work instead of sitting waiting for this. So if we can do that, and thank you very much for your patience, Mr. Baird.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher's motion is on the screen. On favor, carried. And I do want to talk to you about a tour.
Would you like to go up now and have that chat?
So we'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow to speak.
The mic, oh, thank you. Well, every Tuesday early...
Can you move your motion, please?
Oh, I have several motions. There are 2 motions, and the third one is confidential, okay? And they are in front of you. On early Tuesday morning, every week, I have some really wonderful workers that come by. They pick up, they're hard work. They pick up my recycling bin, the blue ones, and the composter for 1 week. And then another week, they pick up the gray bin and the compost bin. And I've had excellent service, at least in my household anyway. Now, things are going to change soon. It's going to switch. It's going to be quite confusing because there will be one truck that comes in and pick up the compost, that'll be the city truck, and then there'll be another truck that comes and pick up the blue bins. And these blue bins are going to be operated by someone else, another operator. What we are debating today here is how to make sure that our city, our residents get the best service ever, have as smooth a transition as we can, and number 3, that it would not cost the property taxpayer more money, net dollars. So those are the 3 principles, right? And protect some of the workers that are now picking up the blue bins. So the motion in front of us is really the following. Number 1, how to deal with the blue bins and selling it, right? We talked about the price and all of that and how to negotiate. We did that in camera. There were motions in camera with these conditions. The other package of motions is really about what happens if the service have not be very satisfaction. So who do they call? Do they call 311 or do they call this new operator? Well, we are asking the staff to negotiate, of course, with the principle that it's as simple as possible and that we would make sure that our residents would find some kind of resolution, even though we do not control who is the operator, and it's not our, we are not doing the, we're not paying them, right? Because it is now, the final people that have to say is the province of Ontario, no longer the City of Toronto. So that there's another motion talking about 311, and that there is a reporting back, because there was a lot of conversations about should it be through 311 or maybe it shouldn't be, okay? Well, they're going to call 311 anyway. We might as well go down that, but if it doesn't work, let's talk about it later. So there's a reporting back about the conversation of if there's a problem, do they then call, who do they call, okay? There's a report back before a final agreement gets signed, right? The third motion is, while we're talking about all that, let us look at that if we are to bring the solid waste, the collection of garbage back in to the City of Toronto, what would be the conditions, and what would be the operating costs, and all of those things, whether it's financial, regulatory, resourcing, operation needs, because we heard earlier on before we went in camera that we don't have the yards, we don't have the machines and all that. Well, tell us, what would it be? Not that we're going to do that, but at least we need to know what does it cost, and what are the operational needs of any other requirements in order for us to at least consider it, because we should always consider all the choices in front of us. So those are the batch of motions. There are really 3 pieces of it, and those are the motions in front of you. Hopefully it would protect our residents so that we will still have good pickup services of all the waste and the recycling and the compost without costing the city any money, any extra dollars.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday, questions to the mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Mayor, the motion 1A refers to the recommendations that are before us, and it talks about the requirements that the City of Toronto would need to be in to pursue managed competition or bringing collections in-house in District 2. The report before us talks about 3 paths. The first is outsourced, the second is managed competition, and the third is in-house. Why was outsourced not included in this motion?
Because it is already outsourced.
So the point is that is a future point in time. So does this motion then not rule out the opportunity to outsource?
Well, Councillor Holiday, you and I may or may not agree on that. I just want the best services, the most cost-effective services for our residents. So right now we have half the city that are in-house, the other half that are not in-house. And now that there's a blue bin change, it's going to be not in-house anymore, then why don't we consider whether some of those things can be brought back in-house?
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
I was last.
Pardon?
I'm last. Yeah.
Oh. Here, okay, just a sec. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. I just want to talk about 2 things. First of all, what is extended producer responsibility and why is this not it? And secondly, look what happens when the province tries to deliver a municipal service. As to the first, as many of you know, before I ran for public office, I spent 20 years working in the environmental movement, principally on issues about reducing the impact of garbage on our environment. trying to get rid of garbage incinerators, trying to get reusable containers back, all of that kind of stuff. And during that time, I got to know a lot of the language, a lot of the players. And this was in the early days of discussion about what extended producer responsibility meant. And the idea was, if you tell a manufacturer, the package or product that you are making is your responsibility, we're not going to help you in any way. You have to take it back. Then the simple economics of it would mean that they would make their products reusable and they would make them durable because they didn't own landfills. That was the idea. But the people in the province of Ontario up there in the cabinet don't understand that. And what they have done instead of extending the producer's responsibility for their products and packages is a backdoor privatization of recycling. And it's not going to work. All that time we spent in camera trying to figure out fine details about our relationship and so on with this new system were completely unnecessary, and they are the consequence of the province of Ontario not understanding how to protect the environment through true extended producer responsibility. The second point that I wanted to make is, are you surprised that the province of Ontario doesn't know how to deliver a municipal service? Somebody restrain Councillor Cole. I'm going to use two words. Eglinton LRT. There you go. Every time the province of Ontario figures that they know how to do what we do best, they screw it up. That is why there is this supposedly fully built transit line that nobody can tell us when it will open. This blue box program that the province of Ontario has decided to run is not going to go any better than that. And I wish cooler heads would prevail up there at Queen's Park, and they would recognize that we have decades of experience doing this. We do it better than the private sector, and could they please leave us alone and just make the producers pay us the full cost of managing their products, or else force them to take it back through deposit return systems, which work much better than recycling. Thank you.
Thank you.
I told you, restrain this man.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. My suspicion is there may be even more motions to come, but I've been reading these motions with great care, and I had a chance to ask questions about them in public and some information in private. And it's been a very important discussion today because the collection of waste in a city is critical to the city's functioning. The waste keeps getting produced, and if that waste is not dealt with and removed, then you've got a situation, you know, whether it's the function of the city or public health or people's confidence in government. The thing with such complex systems is they move and change over long periods of time, and what you've got before you today, Madam Speaker, is a report that lays out the path for the future. And we've seen other reports that incrementally lead up to this, and we'll see other reports beyond this. I think our general manager for solid waste has done a great job in navigating a very complex issue, and that is a change that's being driven by the province. He's provided us a number of recommendations. So it's with extreme scrutiny and care that I look at anything that has been moved from the political side. Because the first question is, well, the staff have been all over this and carefully stepping us through it, you know, why add more to that? And so I have some strong concerns with some of these and the paths that it sets us up to take over the future. Madam Speaker and members, you know, we were elected into this position to navigate very difficult and complex issues such as this. But you can't go wrong always thinking back to the constituents that elected you and what their expectation is. You know, there's the quality of service, there's the question of value of service, and there's the question of cost. And you have to join all of those together. The city isn't getting easier to live in. The city is not getting cheaper to live in. But we as members of council have the duty to look after this enterprise, keeping them in mind, our single most important stakeholder. So I will be doing that, and I'm going to be voting against a number of the changes that have been brought forward, whether it was within committee or before us today, and we'll see what else is to come. But time will tell, and this matter will unfold in time, and it will become a little bit clearer. It's just very difficult to see in this report. But I urge members of council to pay close attention to the wording of some of these changes and think about the path that they're setting up and where they might take us into the future, and whether or not that is serving the constituents of the city well, or is bringing us to a place that may not serve them so well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope I'm not going to be too long. I just want to say that I think this is a very difficult discussion, in particular because the Blue Bin program, the city was the leader in establishing recycling everywhere. That was an early program, having recyclables, building this to be such a well-respected environmental program in the city. It's very hard to see it shifting over and completely out of our control. So just happens that Mr. Kelleher's at the helm of this whole program at the time when we are making this change, and I think it's a difficult moment. So it's a very sad thing because we couldn't do it ourselves. It has transferred over to the same people that had a lot of recycling and didn't do anything about it for many years, and now they're making changes saying, well, we're only going to allow 4% contamination, meaning if you put anything in your blue bin that isn't recyclable, slap on the hand, we're not taking it. This is going to be a very big change for the residents in the city, and I think they'll be quite surprised by it, and it's already causing ripples in how we're going to do that. Who's going to do it? How responsible are they going to be? Who's going to answer the questions? And we know already from the debate that we're going to have around the vacant home tax how difficult it is for people to shift from one thing to the other, especially a program they're very, very used to. And they are used to the Blue Bin as being the leader in recycling in the City of Toronto and Metro Toronto. And then remember, we added the green bin. So all along, we've been these environmental leaders in recycling of organics, recycling of plastics and paper materials. And now that's leaving. And we're really unclear how that's going to work and what's going to take its place. Will it be as effective? Will we be left with this? Are we going to get a lot of questions? How do we deal with that? What's the value of it? What happens to the 26% of what's in the blue bin now that they say they're not going to pick up? What's the effect on our finances? This is a very big sea change. We did ask to have producer responsibility. I think at the end of the day, we would have preferred if they had funded us for our Blue Bin program, rather than, and I see Mr. Keller's nodding, rather than take it all away from us and give it to somebody else on a bid. And again, this is a provincial program. I spend a lot of my time as a councillor explaining to people that the Ontario line is not the city who's building it. The Ontario line is the provincial government. Here's what they're doing. Because, of course, they're used to us building transit. We built transit for decades and decades and decades in the city. We built a Blue Bin program. We built a recycling program. We built an organics program. They're used to that. And now, instead of funding our program, it's being removed from us. And this is a very difficult thing to do. It's not easy to do, and it's going to be a big challenge. So I want to thank our staff for getting thrown this lob ball in the middle of that, of our program, dealing with it as best we can. I support the mayor's, all of her motions, and I think we need to pick our way through this carefully, always. And Councillor Holiday, I certainly agree with you, with our eye on the constituents who don't want to be surprised, who need to know this is changing, who need to know what to do, and we need to hope for the best and plan for the worst. And that is the only way we're going to get through this. Pardon me? Planning for the worst, says Councillor Cole, is the key, but hoping for the best. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion, and it is seeking to assist. The motion basically reads as follows, that City Council requests the General Manager. Are you applauding me? Oh, okay, great, thank you. Solid Waste Management to develop and report back to committee a communication plan to inform the public about the changes in service in advance of the transition. And it really speaks to some of the points that everybody has made, and particularly the last points of Councillor Fletcher. I certainly want to thank Mr. Kelleher and his team. They've done a phenomenal job in terms of managing our waste program in general and so on, and the recycling program, which I think it's award-winning. The response from the public has been quite significant. What we're talking about here is a massive change, actually, that is going to come about, not dissimilar to what we experienced just last week with the VHT. Lines and lines of people not being aware as to what was going on in the transition and changes. I think it's important for us to be able to, in advance of this coming into flow or stream, if you will, that we're going to develop a massive communication plan. It is not just the 311 response, but we need to inform the public, because I think there's going to be a tremendous amount of confusion. And so this is preemptive protection plan, if you will, that will assist us in terms of informing the public. Or maybe this will be a situation where the public will be so upset about it, it will cause a decision reversal. We just had one yesterday, Speaker, as you spoke about this morning. I think that this is going to be problematic, and I think I'll agree with the comments been made that perhaps the funding should have been provided to us, and which we have run a massively successful recycling program over the years, that we could continue that and continue to make it a gold star program. So I think it's really important, though, that we communicate to the public what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, the changes that are going to take place, and the potential impact that it's actually going to have with them. So that is the intention and the purpose of my motion in terms of putting it forward to support and enhance the Mayor's motion and all the other motions that are in front of us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to start by thanking the Mayor's office and the Mayor for their work on the item that's before us today. And as you all know, it was just this morning that it was released to us, and they did a tremendous amount of work here on the floor to get the consensus for us to move forward on this issue. And also thank the General Manager of Solid Waste and his team for not just their work on the report that's before us today, but over several years as we've gone through this journey in this transition to extended producer responsibility. And I think their commitment really shows that they have to a seamless transition, that they have to ensuring that the residents of Toronto aren't impacted by this change, that they do continue to get the service that they expect and that they rely upon. And I think everything that's before us in this report today will just further strengthen their commitment to that. And something we didn't touch a lot on today is the important advocacy work that we all need to do collectively to ensure that the new program really uses the Toronto standard as that highest standard. So as it's rolled out across municipalities across Ontario, we don't want to go to lowest denominator. We want everybody to come up to the high standard that the City of Toronto holds. We really have an expectation that all the materials that are currently collected at the curb will continue to be collected at the curb by this program, all of those materials, but also that pickup is as frequent, as regular as it is right now, and also on the same day. That's something that Toronto residents have had an expectation of. So that is the hard work that is ahead as this journey continues for the General Manager of Solid Waste and his team, and the mayor today provides them with a little bit of ammunition throughout those discussions, as does the motion by Councillor Thompson. And I thank everybody for their patience as we bore through this very long debate today. And don't forget to put everything in your recycling bins on your way out.
Thank you. So if we can put the motions on the screen. Councillor McKelvey was the last. Councillor McKelvey was the last speaker, Councillor Cole. Point of order.
I would like to speak.
No, but I said Councillor McKelvey was the last speaker.
I would like to speak.
But I indicated that Councillor McKelvey was the last speaker. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Councillor Holyday?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd only just like to request a separated vote on committee recommendations 8, 9, and 10. Thank you. They should have it.
All right, so if we can put the motions on the screen. First motion by Mayor Chow, and it's on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Ching, please. Councillor Bradford. Councillor Robinson, can I just confirm that you're in the meeting, please? Councillor Cole, are you able to vote? Oh. Okay. Under the City of Toronto Act, that is recorded as a negative vote. Motion 1A carries. The vote is 24-2.
Next motion. Second motion by Mayor Chow. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Sachs and Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Robinson, thank you. Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Cole, please. Motion 1B carries. The vote is 23-3.
Next motion. By Mayor Chow, recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik. Councillor Cole, please. Motion 1C carries. The vote is 23-3.
Next motion. Motion by Councillor Thompson. On favor? Recorded? Recorded.
Councillor Sachs, please, and Councillor Chang. Councillor Cole, how do you vote? Motion 2 carries. The vote is 25-1.
Next motion.
Speaker will vote on sections 8, 9, and 10 together. That was requested by Councillor Holyday.
Vote.
Councillor Pasternak, please, and Councillor Carroll.
Mike, stop protesting.
Councillor Carroll, please. And Councillor Pasternak.
I gave you a chance.
Councillor Cole, how do you vote, please? Parts 8, 9, and 10 of item IE 12.1 carry. The vote is 23-3.
Okay, balance of the item. Do we want a recorded vote? No? Okay, all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Yeah, but let's see. Does anybody have any quick releases before we go to the parking fines? Because then we're going to recess at 6. Any quick releases? Councillor Holyday.
Speaker, I will find the item as quick as I can. It's a PH 11.1, Housing Now, Bloor Islington and Islington Bus Terminal City initiated zoning bylaw amendment and plan of subdivision decision report. I have a very small amendment. I know at least the chair of the committee was okay with it.
Does the staff have your amendment?
I hope so.
Okay, it's on the screen, PH 11.1. There's an amendment now that's Housing Now, Bloor and Islington. It's on the screen. Okay. On favor of the amendment? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Any further quick releases, members? Any further quick releases? Okay, Councillor Holyday.
I do. I'm going to find it. It's going to be under the items of new business. They are the CC items, and they're the two that I held. I'm scrolling as fast as I can, I promise.
Okay, CC 17.6 and
Correct.
CC 17.
Yep.
Dundas.
Would you like the addresses? 4888 Dundas Street West, Heritage, and 17.7, which is 4884 to 4896 Dundas Street West. I will absolutely be asking for a recorded vote so I can vote against these.
Okay, so
Not
recorded vote on CC 17.6. Recorded vote.
Yeah, we're voting yes. No? I'm voting yes.
Mike, are you voting no?
He's refusing to vote. What does he care about the alteration of a property designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage?
Pasternak, please, and Councillor Mantos.
It's up to you.
Councillor Burnside, can I confirm you're in the meeting, please? The item is adopted. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, CC 17.7, recorded vote.
Can you shut the mic, Speaker?
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. And Councillor Myers, please.
Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Mantos, please. Councillor Sachs, please.
Councillor Sachs, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 23-1.
Okay. Councillor Matlow, did you have your name up there for a quick release?
No. I have my name up there because I need to reopen an item and move something.
Pardon?
I had my name up there because I need to reopen an item and move an amendment.
Councillor Matlow is moving to reopen item. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. On the amendment, if we can put that on the screen. There is the amendment on the screen by Councillor Matlow. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, quick item.
People have questions or on IE 12.3 Toronto's climate change, I can release it with the motion, and if you'll give me 2 minutes for quick remarks on how great the City of Toronto is.
Okay, let's do it. Let's try to get as much done as possible.
Okay. So the motion that's before us is just to bring together partners so that we can better measure and report on the number of green technologies that are installed in the City of Toronto. If we can't measure it, we can't manage it. The second is to try to set some targets. So around things like solar panels, heat pumps, all those great technologies. So that's the motion that's before us. It's been advance circulated. And then the good news that I think we all need to celebrate is that in the City of Toronto, we have our Transform TO strategy to achieve net zero emissions by 2040, 10 years sooner than most governments. We implemented version 4 of the Toronto Green Standard. We're electrifying our fleet of city vehicles, and we're on track to have a fully electric fleet by 2040. And we have the second largest fleet of electric buses in North America with 60. Edmonton, 61, not fair. Anyway, we are projected to have more than 650 electric vehicle charging ports on street and in green parking lots by the end of 2024. We've installed 115 kilometers of new bikeways and upgraded approximately 90 kilometers of bikeways between 2018 and 2023. Toronto is home to one of the largest sewer heat recovery projects in the world at Toronto Western Hospital. We're working with Enwave to expand the deep lake water cooling system. We've launched a web portal in Solar Map, Solar TO, to enable home and building owners to access the potential of solar on their buildings. We've developed and delivered the Enhanced Home Energy Loan Program, HELP. Toronto is a leader in curbside organics collection. It has one of the highest diversion rates in North America. To treat our organics, we've developed an innovative biogas system that will generate approximately 3.3 million cubic meters of renewable gas each year. As part of Transform TO, to ensure our new city facilities are to be to net zero, We are leading by example with community centers underway in Scarborough, North York, and the new Civic Center in Etobicoke. We have the high-rise retrofit improvement support program. We have the Greenwell Initiative, a partnership of 22 of the Toronto's largest property managers and owners to work together. We have the Green Market Acceleration Program, which is offered by the City of Toronto to help local companies bring innovative green services and solutions to commercialization. And my favorite, we have the Women for Climate program in collaboration with the C40 cities that is helping women advance their climate-related project or businesses through mentoring, networking, educational opportunities, and chances to win cash prizes. That is just the short list. The real list is much longer. A huge thank you to all our city staff who are doing so very much great work in the City of Toronto, and happy Earth Day, Toronto.
Okay. On the amendment by Councillor McKelvey on IE 12.3, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. I think I had there was other names on the list here. Okay. Councillor Bravo, quick release.
Yes, Speaker, I have to reopen an item and move a quick amendment. It's TE 10.37, term prohibitions, Bloor Street West and Perth Avenue. Yeah, reopen, and I've got, the end clerks have the motion.
Do we have the motion? No?
Madam Speaker, could you ask the member to repeat the item number, please?
It's TE 10.37, turn prohibitions, Bloor Street West and Perth Avenue.
Okay, looks like we don't have it. So, okay? All right, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I'd like to quick release IE 12.5, and if I can just have a moment to speak to it.
Gardner Public Realm.
The under Gardner Public Realm.
Okay, so on IE 12.5, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I'm really proud to be bringing this forward to Council. As we know, the Gardner Expressway is one of Toronto's most significant pieces of infrastructure. It's been the source of much debate here in this Council as well. And it's an important piece of infrastructure, but also such an important transportation corridor that many of us use to get right across the city, and so many people and communities in every part of Toronto. It's also a part of the fabric of our downtown communities, and for decades our residents and businesses experience the Gardner very often as a barrier that divides neighborhoods and business districts. And our collective task as we looked ahead to the years of upcoming Gardner rehabilitation was to plan a new kind of infrastructure that meets the needs of a vibrant and connected city for now and for the future. And a plan that takes underutilized areas and makes them do more work as welcoming, accessible, and inclusive public and even green spaces. And in recent years, we've seen a different kind of thinking around highway infrastructure and projects to reclaim these spaces led by diverse groups like Waterfront Toronto, the Waterfront BIA, and most notably the Bentway. These successes have pointed to the potential and the importance of a corridor-wide vision that could tie the under Gardner spaces through a coherent and consistent set of planning approaches. And I have to give so much credit with their experience and ingenuity. The Bentway team was positioned to guide this conversation in partnership with the city. The first kind of partnership like this with a nonprofit and the City of Toronto, to work across many divisions and to create an extensive review with the public, with neighborhoods, with business associations, property owners, agencies, and climate leaders. The recommendations in front of us provide a new baseline conditions for the corridor and site-specific projects. They represent what is needed to make the under Gardner a truly complete public asset, a welcoming cultural destination building on what they've been able to do over the last several years, a place for innovative ecological design, and a well-connected space for all of us who use it, one that is going to continue that capability for us to cross our downtown in a safe and supportive way. And I would again like to thank the Bentway team. I think David Carey was here with us earlier for their leadership in guiding this proposal to make it a plan that's in front of us now that we can see and feel and hold and be excited about moving forward in the future. I want to thank the city staff from all divisions that have collaborated on this work, led by the Waterfront Secretariat and many members of the public, businesses, neighbors, agencies, and property owners that gave their time and attention, their care, and their input into this process. I'm really looking forward to the next stage of this work with them all and with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Crescenti. Councillor Crescenti? We're doing quick releases, Councillor Perruzza. Crescenti?
Oh, okay. I was just going to ask you, Speaker, if this is the place for me to introduce an urgent motion without notice, or can I do it tomorrow?
We haven't approved it yet. We were just doing quick releases. So now we'll go to IE 11.2, which is increase in penalty amounts for parking offenses. Members have questions of staff. If they can please put the name on the screen and I can have staff come forward. On the staff that will be answering these questions. You're here? Okay. So do we have any questions? Councillor Matlow, questions to staff.
Yeah, thank you. Is Barbara Gray here? Oh, hi, Barbara.
Hi there.
Here's a softball. Is congestion a real big problem in this city, and is it affecting people's lives every day?
Through the speaker, yes, it is.
So, what is the current fine level for blocking a live lane of traffic during rush hour?
Through the speaker, currently $150 is the fine.
Do you believe that from your experience, and I'm happy to ask the police as well, but is that incenting compliance, or do we need to consider, would you agree that we need to consider raising the fine even beyond inflation to really incent people who are selfish enough to think that their Starbucks, for example, is more important than everybody else behind them?
On this particular fine, Councillor, we've had over 74,000 infractions in the last year. So I would agree with you that an increase to this fine, it would be supporting greater compliance. And when we did our initial analysis, we looked at, as you probably know, comparators of other jurisdictions, and what we're coming back to now is also looking at rate of inflation. And either way, you still see an increase that we think would be supportive of increasing compliance.
May I hear from our colleague from the police as well?
Of course. Go ahead, Naz.
Good afternoon. I would certainly support what Barbara has said, that any increase will see some amount of compliance.
TPS parking enforcement.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Who are you?
Right,
Would you mind introducing yourself? A lot of people don't know.
Sorry, my apologies. I'm on camera now. George Johnstone, Toronto Police Parking Enforcement Unit. I would agree with what Barbara has said, that with the inflationary increases, that would certainly lead to what we hope is more compliance. The only real concern we have at this end of the city is it leads to more assault of nature and that type of thing, which we've seen an increase lately on. So we anticipate that there'll be some more conversations out on the road that are of a negative capacity. So, but otherwise, we would support any raise in that particular fine to help compliance.
I appreciate that. And would transportation and police concur that we've been working together on contributing to this plan in a way that can, look at raising the fines to a level that would be reasonable, but also help actually incent those who are putting their own interest before everybody else behind them on the road?
That has been the nature of our analysis and what we believe is defensible.
Thank you. And could the police speak to that as well? George?
Yeah, we would agree with that as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Chow.
Wondering whether we could test the floor to see we have Enough folks to want to finish this item for tonight? Just get it done?
Moving a motion that we, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we can finish by tomorrow night, that's all.
Okay, the mayor, Councillor
It's a straw
Prusa,
vote.
the mayor,
If people can't stay, that's okay, we won't do it.
the mayor has a motion on the floor to stay to finish this item only. So, on favor? Recorded vote. All right. Okay, vote against it, Councillor. Okay, vote against it. You have it's your privilege. We're only going to finish this item only.
Councillor Perks and Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Myers, please, and Councillor Perks. Councillor Robinson, are you present? The motion to extend the meeting to complete item IE 12.2 carries. The vote is 18-6.
Councillor Cole, you have questions.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to ask a question. I have a question.
Oh, you're very welcome, Councillor Cole.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. I have a question for staff. Yesterday I was in Dave's Genuine Deli on Avenue Road. They have some of the best corned beef in the city, one of the last ones left. And when I didn't eat anything in there, but when I went in there, Dave asked me, he said, can you raise the issue about the parking authority basically pouncing on people almost a minute after their time expires on their meters? Can you look at maybe giving people a bit of a grace period? Is that possible to work that in?
I'll start, and then I'm going to ask George from Parking Enforcement to finish. I know the TPA, the Toronto Parking Authority app, does enable people to expand their time on the app, to expand it beyond what it is from their app if they happen to have a smartphone. So I know that can provide some flexibility for people without having to go out to the meter. And then in terms of the grace period that the enforcement agents on site would provide, I'd have to pass that over to George to answer.
Thank you. We do exercise some leniency as far as a grace period of 5 minutes before issuing. And we also ask our officers to check the machines to make sure they're functioning before issuing any violations for that offense.
So Dave at Dave's Genuine Deli was saying that some of the parking authority officers on Avenue Road hide behind the building. Then as soon as they see an opportunity, they pounce on people and ticket them. I mean, I hope they don't operate that way, do they?
No, that's rhetoric that I've heard for the last 30 years of my time in this unit, and hiding behind buildings and scaling walls. And, that's not happening. The officers are walking their normal beats, and they're coming upon cars that are parked in those locations. And if those are violated, vehicles are in violation, they're issuing infractions.
Okay, and maybe I'll get your email or phone. I'll get Dave at Dave's Genuine Deli to give you a call. because it's a myth, an urban myth maybe, but I don't know. The next question I have, since we're looking at increasing the fines and the amount for parking violations, I mean, I get constant calls for small business people to try and find more parking. Is there a parallel effort on our part, especially in business strip areas, main streets, to try and do what we can to try and get a few extra spots wherever we can with meters or with extended 1 hour parking so that we can tell the business owners especially that we are also at the same time of increasing fines, we're also strategically looking across the main streets of our cities for finding extra spots.
Through the Speaker to Councillor Cole, so I think there's two things. One is that we do that look, especially when we make a change to the right-of-way. We will look to see if there's an area where there's a need and a demand for extra parking and see if we can add it. There's also other uses of that curb space that are going to impact parking, and we're about to launch into our summer season where we're going to be seeing a bunch of cafes pop up, and that's going to be a use that we've decided, would displace some of that parking for a period of time. I would also say that having the fines set to encourage compliance and that short-term turnover actually is excellent for small businesses because it means that there's more people that are able to utilize that space in a shorter period of time. So that helps with the small business.
Yeah, the turnover. The other problem is in North York, we don't allow any parking on residential streets, and we've got businesses that abut these residential streets. And is it possible that we could looking at some ways of having some 1 hour parking spots available near main streets like Yonge Street, Avenue Road, Bathurst Street?
That is an action, I think, a change to the bylaw that would go through the community council, Councillor Cole, but we do that exploration for a number of councillors. We're doing a number in Scarborough right now, and as there's more pressure, some of those things
I mean,
are
that's
happening.
very ad hoc. It's one-offs.
Yes, we do a lot of
anyways,
one-offs
I'll
at
talk
community
about that at community council, maybe look at getting some more parking space. Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Through you, just based on the last couple of questions, is the thrust of this report, are we trying to increase compliance?
Through the Speaker, yes.
Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. Okay, so now we taught we'll go right to the rush hour routes. What have we ever looked at with the percentage of people who are aware of what an actual no stopping or no standing parking infraction costs?
Through this, Deputy Speaker, I don't know that we have actually looked at that specifically. One of the things that we would do if this is adopted by Council is a pretty concerted education campaign. And I would think, especially if the fines for no stopping in the rush hour are going to increase significantly, then we would really want to focus some of our efforts on educating people about what that means and what the impacts of it are.
Yes, because I'm a little bit confused. It seems to be that most people aren't even aware of what it is. And I think most people would say, even in all the other discussions we've had, whether it's about rent or food or anything, $150 is a sizable amount in these days. So I'm a little confused as to how we think increasing fines will actually help. But let me ask another question. What's the, and this is probably more to the parking to Mr. Johnston, in terms of compliance, would you say that the greatest way to increase compliance is by increasing the likelihood of actually getting a ticket or increasing the amount of a ticket?
Oh, I believe they could go hand in hand, but certainly enforcement will lend itself to compliance as well if there's enough of it, sure. But as I say, hand in hand with compliance, the raising of fines would certainly lend itself to doing that as well.
But without enforcement, would you say that increasing the fine is largely irrelevant? Because if you're not going to get a ticket, then it doesn't matter what the ticket is. Would you agree?
Yeah, that goes without saying. I think if there's no enforcement, then there's not going to be compliance, regardless if people know they're not going to get a ticket. Then.
Okay, so, well, it should go without saying, yeah. But, so I don't know if you have these numbers, but In terms of rush hour tickets, the number of infractions, would you know the number of infractions you issued in 2019 versus 2022?
I don't have that in front of me, but I think, Barbara, you might have something in that regard?
For 2019, there were over 67,800 tickets issued. And in 2023, there were 74,641 tickets issued.
Are these rush hour route tickets?
These are the rush hour tickets.
Okay, thanks. And towing, would you be able to tell us how many vehicles were towed out of that?
Again, I don't have that in front of me, and I'm guessing that the transportation doesn't have it in front of them as well, but it's certainly something I could find out for you if you wish.
No, that's fair. It just came to mind, so I apologize for not asking you offline before, so you'd have that info. Is there any sort of strategy to increase the number of vehicles that are towed when they're in rush hour? It's one thing to give someone a ticket, but then the car sits there. Is there any strategy to increase, well, exactly as I said, the number of vehicles that would be towed in conjunction with rush hour tickets?
Yeah, we actually have an actual rush hour route team that goes out each day and does that. So, and anecdotally, I believe you'll see that the amount of tows that are done are going hand in hand with the increase in tickets issued. So, again, I don't have that information in front of me, but I can say that anecdotally, that's probably the case. Certainly, we struggle with having available contract tows to get cars back and forth to pounds. So that's part of the congestion problem as well, is that these tow trucks are taking cars to pounds that are further out of the city, and they don't get back into the city with the congestion that goes on in time for us to keep going. So there's lots of talking around, ideas around how we can improve that. So, but we do concentrate our efforts on rush hours each day, morning and night.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, our speaker, Nunziata.
Thank you. So I just have three questions to staff. So what is the inflation increase that we're seeking today?
Through the speaker, so what we did was we went back to the last year that each of these fines was previously updated, and we applied a year-over-year inflationary increase to the present day, and that's how we came up with the fines.
So, like, do we have in district? Do we know what the exact increase will be?
We do have that information. I don't know.
You don't have it in front of you.
Well, it's a big table, yeah. Yeah, it's a big table, so it's it's different for each one.
Okay, so my second question is to the parking enforcement. So when you give out tickets where people are parked at parking meters, do you know how to find out if the parking meters that they have, that you're giving tickets to a vehicle, that they're in fact working or they're out of order? Is there any way that you can tell which ones are working or not working? Because my experience with some constituents, my ward, is that they go to a parking meter and they put their app or try to put money in, it's out of order, and then they come out and they got a parking ticket. So is there any way we can determine that it's out of order?
As I had said previously, we do have our officers look at each machine as they go by and ensure that they are in working condition. There's a number of things that will tell us that it's not, and obviously that up front, if the individual happens to be there at the time, they can show us that it's not working as well. But we also get all our information downloaded into our handheld equipment, telling us whether a purchase has been made and there's time on the ticket. So as far as the machine itself, we're not the owners of those machines, but certainly we do make some effort to ensure that they're working before we're issuing the violations.
Okay, so I've received a lot of complaints where people have gone to these machines and it's not working, and they all got parking tickets.
Well, they can certainly go through our complaint portal, and we will look into it and get verification from the Toronto Parking Authority that the machine was not working at the time that the violation was issued.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, so first of all, for Ms. Gray, thank you very much for all of the work that you and your team have done in response to my motion last year. I really appreciate it. There are many, many questions on parking that are not governed by this report. I understand that you're doing a larger report on other parking issues that we're going to get early next year. Each of us have concerns about parking in our wards and many, many problems. What is your process for consulting us on what our issues are and making sure that they're going to be looked at in your larger report?
Through the speaker, so our citywide parking strategy, we are working with a consultant team and actually a pretty broad group of representatives within the city, both divisions and our agencies and boards and commissions, to develop this strategy. We're asking lots of questions in working groups because, it's, as you mentioned, it's a very broad issue. And the plan is to come back initially with a framework, and that framework will give us a number of areas that we want to focus on, as well as some short, medium, and longer-term strategies. And then we need to have some conversations about the best way to go out and consult with the public before we can inform a final report back to council. So I do think there will be some ability for us to come back in an interim fashion to have some conversations about where to focus that discussion. And we're also thinking that it's probably going to be a couple of hits at that, right? Because there's a lot of different program areas that are under the title of a parking strategy. And so some of them have their own some of them are around the pricing issues, some of them are around availability. We talk about a lot of parking issues at the community councils that are quite small and around other related items. So on-street parking versus winter snow clearing, et cetera. So very, very broad.
Right.
So we'll come back.
Right, but what I didn't hear in your process was consulting the members of council on what are the most troublesome parking issues in our wards. When are you going to do that?
Through the speaker, so ward by ward, I mean, we're going to be, I wouldn't say that we're coming back ward by ward. I think we're going to come back with categories, and we will come back with that framework plan before we actually go out and implement programs. So that will be the time when we come back with that strategy. We assume it's going to be a very robust discussion.
Okay, well, I would ask you to consider other opportunities to involve councillors to make sure you're capturing the issues that we're looking for answers on. A question for Sergeant Johnston, if he's still there, I hope. I get a lot of complaints, and I assume that my colleagues do, about uneven enforcement. Sorry, is he there somewhere?
I am still here.
Okay, great. And we also get a lot of questions, why my street, how does it compare to everything else? What information can you provide to us that allows us to see where enforcement is taking place so that we can tell our constituents that yes, there is a fair basis of enforcement across the ward? Because at the moment, I don't have any information at all as to where you do enforce, where you don't, and how the numbers compare. How can you help us with that?
Well, I could go back to our analytical team and maybe we can present you with some heat mapping and that type of thing, but certainly that's something I would have to reach back to our team here to find out what's available at this point and what we can supply to you.
All right, well, that would be very helpful because, again, we may have useful input on where we're getting a lot of complaints, but also it would be helpful if we can tell our constituents that we know there is regular enforcement in such and such and such and such, because right now we don't know. Now, also, if there was an obligation on your enforcement team to talk with the driver before issuing a ticket, how would that affect the effectiveness of your work?
That would slow the work down considerably.
Okay.
It depends. It really depends on the situation on the road at the time the officer is issuing a violation. If there's someone there, there's a chance there's going to be an interaction with the individual when they're getting the ticket with an explanation as to why. But in most cases, these vehicles are unoccupied and we're not having those discussions. So if we were to have to stop and either wait or, approach somebody to find out if it's their vehicle, it would certainly slow down our efforts.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Ms. Gray. When there is a issue around parking and traffic in a ward, what's the approach? Is it that you would come to a specific councillor, or that they would come to you to ask you questions about perhaps process and how to handle or how to deal with the matter? What is the process?
Through the Speaker to Councillor Thompson, it's really both of those things. We very frequently get recommendations and get alerted to issues from council or constituents in the community, and then also through the work that we do, we also are alerted to issues and often come back with some fixes as well.
Thank you. I apologize because my back is to you, but if I turn around, I can't speak into the mic, so I apologize for that. So when you recognize there is a problem, you will advance information to councillors, and when councillors recognize there's a problem from therein, either observing issues or matters being brought to them by the constituents, they can reach out to talk to you or to a member of your team. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can you help me to understand what's your thought and position on the issue around permit parking in Scarborough? You and I spoke about that, I think, last week. We talked a little bit about the challenges that many families are facing right now, where you have, at one point you had maybe 1 or 2 cars, now you had 3 or 4. It's not necessarily that people are renting, but it's just family members who are coming back to live at home because of the high cost of living, etc. What's your particular position and or perspective? I know there's a difference between the downtown core in terms of parking and the suburbs as such.
Through the Speaker, I think that when there's pressure and change in communities, that has an impact sort of across the board on a number of things, some that are quite direct and others that may be, like you described, the impact on where people can park when they have family moving home and more people living in housing, et cetera. And that has an impact as related to the cost of housing as well, as this council talks about frequently. So I do think it's really important for us to be nimble and responsive when those changes happen. In areas of the city, there's lots of areas of the city that have never allowed on-street parking and may never ever want to allow on-street parking. And then there are some that never have, but maybe feel those pressures and see it as a way to modify them or mitigate them. So that would be something that our parking team would work with you on in this case, and come back through the community council process to talk about some changes, because they're really quite localized changes.
Right, and it is not necessarily we're talking about a blanket approach, but we're talking about area-specific opportunities with respect to parking.
That's correct.
My ward, I have 2 locations now where you have permit parking is allowed. Can you tell me then, what's your thought with respect to, again, permit parking on streets in the suburbs and snow clearing? And do you have any concerns with respect to that as a problem?
Again, it's very location-specific, Councillor. There's a number of reasons why we can and can't deal with winter operations in the same way, and many of the downtown councillors know that. And in locations, it's not just about the on-street parking, although that certainly provides a challenge, particularly for windrow clearing, but it's also about the width of the streets. And so that would be something we would take into consideration, and we want to bring back through any kind of report that was localized to be able to flag that, so you would have transparency on what the impacts would be and factor that into decision making.
Right, and through you, Madam Speaker, to the police representative, I didn't get the gentleman's name, but my question, do you have enough personnel to actually provide the appropriate enforcement? Because there seems to be more challenges, and the response time or the response seems to be slow or not as as immediate as most resident would like.
We have certainly gone through some staffing issues over the last few years. With the onset of the special constable program, we do lose a number of our officers to that program. So we're constantly adding new officers each time out. And in some cases, they don't stay with us very long before they move on to another career within the service or outside of the service. So that is one of the problems we deal with is the staffing issues. And right now, we try to staff above our complement, but we're having some struggles trying to keep up with that. So there is definitely an issue in regards to, coverage for the entire city, that's for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, our speaker was asking questions about when the parking machines aren't working and what happens when you get a ticket and how easy that is. So when that happens, what's the administrative penalty system is something that we should be able to use quite easily. Do you have any idea how many tickets get canceled because of malfunctioning machines and how many don't get canceled when people are trying to get them fixed?
Through the speaker, we don't have that information to hand because Toronto Parking Authority, I believe, would have that information. And since they're not really part of this report, we weren't prepared to have them here today. I'm happy to take that back and get a response. But they manage that infrastructure.
They manage the infrastructure, but it's the city that manages the administrative penalties group, I believe. And so that is, I just don't know. Given that we're looking at fines and when something goes wrong, I'm quite interested to learn how many are, I'll call them cleared, based on
I see your point,
people phoning
Councillor.
and saying that machine doesn't work, or I didn't see, well, not necessarily I didn't see that sign, but in particular malfunctioning machines, if the clearance rate is 100% of requests or 20% of requests, and I
Through you,
see the
Madam
city
Speaker.
solicitors standing up on this one.
Court services might have that data.
But they're not here, are
No.
they? Would be able to just get that, just to see if the fairness quotient is there, because the fines are going up considerably, and making sure that if something's not working, that you're not fighting a big system on getting your fine removed.
So just to clarify, the question is tickets that are canceled because something that's the city's responsibility is not working. Okay.
Well, what's not working is the machine. That's the
machines,
parking authority. But when you say it's not working, let's say 1,000 people tell the city or court administrations that the machine didn't work, there are only 5 people getting that ticket cleared. What's the rate once you're saying that machine doesn't work? Because if it's a really low one, then I think we need to look at that, given that we're changing all of the rates.
I will send a message to court services to see if they have that sort of data.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we can have the speakers list. Councillor Matlow to speak.
I have a motion. While waiting for the motion to be put on the screen, oh, there it is. So this is what I was alluding to in the line of questioning that I was asking staff. Some of you may remember several years ago, I brought a motion to council to, in fact, ask for rush hour fines to be raised to $500. And there was a compromise at the time. Mayor Tory and others thought that $150 would be more reasonable. The reality is that over the years, the infractions have gone over 70,000. It has not changed behavior. And we're still seeing people who think that way more. And we're still seeing far too many people believe that, to say plainly, very selfishly, that the cup of coffee that they want to grab or whatever the dry cleaning that they're dropping off is more important than everybody else who's trapped in traffic behind them. That's not acceptable. And there is something that we can do about it, which is to really look at raising the fines to a level that will actually incent a change in behavior. And I think it's intuitive, and it's part of the human condition that most of us witness, that there are some people who will do things altruistically and want to be part of society and work with other people. And there are other people who will be inherently selfish, and so therefore, if they're not going to change their behavior because they're affecting other people's lives, then they may have to worry about whether or not their own pocketbook will be affected, and could that be their day that they will be stopped by the police and ticketed. I want to thank, first of all, Barbara Gray for her efforts on this, her work on this, her team's efforts on this. And when I lobbed that softball at her, I knew exactly what she'd say, because she gets it and she understands that congestion is a key priority for Torontonians. It's getting worse now, obviously, with the work in the Gardiner. You see what's happening on so many streets that are affected, the Ontario line, the Eglinton line. People are really at their wits' end. It's really affecting frustration, well-being, because it takes time away from both getting to work, getting to school, and getting home to be with our families and being with our loved ones. It affects all of us. And it's something that I think all Torontonians share as a frustration and a source of anger, but also a request of their council to find solutions for. And that's what we're working on as a team, as a council, with the mayor today. And I also want to acknowledge Toronto Police parking enforcement. There are far too many incidents in this city where that frustration and that anger will wrongfully be demonstrated toward one of our officers who are simply doing their job. And that is wrong. They are they are helping us. They're there to make sure that our city is functioning well in a fair and orderly way. And I just want to acknowledge their work and just say that when we see parking enforcement officers out there, they're not after you if you've done nothing wrong. They're trying to keep our city moving, and I just want to acknowledge their work along with their transportation staff. And I look forward to working with all of you to raising the fines to a level where we'll finally see a change in behavior. And I also lastly want to thank Councillor McKelvey for her leadership on this as well, and really working with so many of us to bring forward a package together today that we can move forward with and feel and know that we're doing good work. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to staff for jumping on my motion to look at fines, and this is an enormous improvement. As many of you know, my PhD is in enforcement, and I know that we need to have fines that affect behavior. And just as Councillor Matlow has said, we have a problem right across the city of flagrant lack of compliance, and the biggest reason is that the fines have been way too low for way too long. It's made financial sense for people to not pay and take the chance. So I'm glad to hear that we're going to have a good public communication program. This is one of the things that we added at committee, was to make sure that there is going to be outreach, let people know these fines are coming. They're coming to reduce congestion. They're coming to improve safety. They're coming to make the city work better for all of us. And we need them to happen. The officers are going to be doing a job for us. At the very same time, we're also moving towards better automated enforcement, because we don't have enough people to stand around catching people doing irresponsible things every day. So moving to greater automated enforcement, also extremely important. It's another reason why we need to be able to not have a system that requires the officers to speak with the offender. As the sergeant said, very often they're not there at all. So this is an important step forward to keeping our city moving. Thank you, staff, for it, and thank you, colleagues, for your support.
Okay. Okay, I just want to say it a couple times so people could hear me. Councillor McKelvey is the last speaker. Councillor McKelvey is the last speaker. Councillor McKelvey is the last speaker. Go ahead. No, I'm sorry, I said it 3 times. Councillor McKelvey. Councillor McKelvey? Go ahead, Councillor McKelvey. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, he says he wants to speak, but he's not, he's from CFT, which means we're going to, sort of, on a point of order.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, on your behalf, I raised this point of order. I'm sorry. I thought it was being turned on.
On your behalf, on a point of order, I think we should make clear, if you want to speak before the chair, the will of the body and the courtesy in this chamber is that you say so. Make sure that the speakers acknowledge you've said so, and then speak before the chair, especially when you've gone to the trouble of giving notice. I'm hearing a colleague say they do want to speak, but not loud enough for you to hear, which means you're going to be put in an awkward position for the second time today.
Yeah, well, if members of council want to speak, they know what the rules are. They put the name on the list. Not sit there and then run up when the last speaker is there. That's not fair to members of council. And I've repeated it 3 times. So who is it that wants to speak? Okay, Councillor Peruzza, go ahead.
You know what? I'll just vote, not to worry. I don't want to detain
No,
things.
go ahead and speak.
No. I'll just vote. Don't worry. I'm good. Please.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am moving a motion. It is quite long. It has been advance circulated. I will just quickly outline the premise. We asked city staff to divide the 125 offenses into those that are the most egregious safety violations, so there's 36 of those, and then 89 that are, less egregious, but really a nuisance, non-safety, but really other parking offenses as well. So I'd like to thank staff for their hard work on this and all of my council colleagues who have provided input that got us here today. So we did defer this for last month because it was clear we had 2 approaches we could take. We could take the old McDonald's approach of here a fine, there a fine, everywhere a fine, and everybody got up and moved individual fines and some. But then I think we quickly realized in discussions with council colleagues that maybe we needed to go with more of a Goldilocks approach. As we had some bears that thought that the fines were too high, and we had some bears that thought that the fines were too low. And I think in the end, city staff have come back with fines that are really just right. And so I thank them for their hard work on that. So the safety-related offenses, those 36 are exactly like they were last month. Those are the more serious that pose immediate concerns for safety. Those are things like stopping in a bike lane, parking too close to an intersection, things that really impede the safety of cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists in the city. And the next one are things like parking more than 3 hours, being a little late feeding the meter, parking overnight when you shouldn't, so a few of the things like that. But I just want to reiterate to everybody today that there is an option for every citizen of Toronto, and that is to park legally and not pay the fine. So we will have some pushback that, the fines are too high or the fines are too low, but the thing that we really want is that if we didn't collect any money on parking offenses in the city of Toronto, it would be a good day because everybody was following the rules of the road, everybody was doing their part to keep people safe, everybody was doing their part to make sure that we're easing congestion on the roads. So thank you, everybody, on that. Thank you for Councillor Matlow. He has a thoughtful motion that will link in very well with the congestion management report that is coming back in Q3. So he has my full support on that motion, and I hope that we'll all come together today to support the Goldilocks as opposed to the old McDonald approach.
Thank you, Goldilocks.
Okay, we're ready to, do you want to ring the bells? So the motion is on the screen.
Recorded vote on that one.
Does everybody see the motion? Yes. Okay. Are we ready to vote? On favor? Recorded.
Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please? Speaker, the motion number 2 carries. The vote is 20-1.
Okay. The next motion. Oh, dear, dear, dear. I hope Matthews gets his 70th goal tonight. Okay, there we are. Councillor Matlow's motion. On favor? Recorded vote. Okay, hold on, hold on. Is there a problem here?
Yeah, it's the wrong motion.
Pardon?
It's the wrong motion.
Oh, it's the wrong motion. Okay, so what's happening? Do we have the wrong motion? The right one was shown when you spoke. Do we want to hold this item down? No, I know, but we have a problem with the motion. We have the right one on the screen? Okay, it's on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, your vote, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Fletcher, your vote, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 20-1.
All right, so item is amended. On favor? Carried. Who? Okay, may I have a motion to introduce a confirmatory bill? Mayor Chow. Okay.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm, to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council meeting 17 on April 17th, 2024.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. So we'll adjourn till tomorrow at 9:30 and go Leafs go.